All right, what is going on, everybody? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you guys are having a fantastic day today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another Fortnite Battle Royale live stream. Let's freaking get it, man. Let's get it. Hopefully notifications are going to go out for today's stream. I think there were some people who were having a lot of issues with notifications earlier today, and I don't really know why. Dag Panda, Rage, Joseph, ZLY, how you doing today? Pedro, what's up? Blowjob Joe, how you doing today? Mex Terror, Master Gamer, Caden, and Hockey Dude, what's up? MP Gaming, how you doing today? The Gamer Boy, we got T-Rock, The Gamer in the stream as well. We got Gabe, Raul, Gucci, Anthony, Fire, DJ, Aspect, Thor, welcome to the stream. We got Jamie, Tyler, Frizz Eyes US, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. Holy crap, dude, this stream is already popping. The notification squad is insane. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you guys all coming out. Yo, My Secret Lover, how you doing today? Cohort, what's up? Daddy Krahib, welcome to the stream. What's up, FaZe Boy? How you doing today? David, what's up? Ty, welcome, guys. Holy crap, dudes. That is insane. How many people do we already have in the stream? Bro, do I even want to know how many people are in the stream? Do I even want to know how many people are watching right now? What's up, Evade? How you doing today, Mr. Peanut? Welcome to the stream, my man. All right, I'm going to go ahead and fix my graphic issues because for whatever reason, the game has started to launch for me in windowed mode for some reason, which makes absolutely no sense. I want that to be on unlimited. Change this to windowed full screen. What's up, Mario? We got a very first donation from GTA 5 Gamer, comes in with a $10 super chat. A $10 super chat. Dude, what are you doing? Like, the stream barely even started, man. We're just getting going. Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you coming in, though. GTA 5 Gamer. Let's get some GTA hype in the chat. You're the best gamer alive. I do remember that. By the way, did this update? I hope this updated. Best gamer alive. Best gamer alive. Yes, man. You can see yourself right down here. I'm pointing to it. Top super chatters. You are officially on the list, man. Number 9 because of how much you've donated. You're an absolute legend. And the fact that you're donating underneath a different name right now won't matter. It'll still count towards the name that the app registers you as. So I'll be able to keep updating you and make sure everything goes well. How you doing today, Max? Yo, what's up, brother? Yo, team meetings. They're too lit, man. They're too lit. So appreciate you guys all coming out. If you guys can't tell, we are literally level 999, and you guys can't see it clearly, so I'm going to go ahead and scoot out. Oop, no, not my overlay, but my game. You guys can see how little XP I have until I hit level 100. We are so close, and then after level 100, we're just going to be grinding, going for some solid wins and stuff, but we are actually less than 3,000 XP away, which is crazy to think about. So literally just in the next couple games, we're going to be able to get this going. What's up, FFAR? How you doing today, Panda Warriors? What's up, Cole? How you doing today, Sep, Junior, Jack, J-Master, everybody over in the Twitch stream, Jelly Bean, welcome, guys. Appreciate you all coming out. You guys are legends. We also had Zachary come up with a $2 and say, I'm back. You're back, man. You're back. Welcome to the stream, brother. Appreciate you coming back out. You guys are enjoying the stream so far. Make sure you drop a like. We're just getting started here, baby. We're just getting started.
I'm back again.
Zachary, thank you so much for another 2, man. I seriously appreciate that. You can do it. Well, we're doing it, man. We're making it happen. We're going to hit level 100 tonight, which is awesome. I was really worried whether or not I'd be able to hit level 100 before preseason 2 ended. And now that the fact that we're actually going to be able to do it is pretty dope. How do you donate? Link in the description down below, man. Always optional, but very much appreciated. You're the best. Thank you, super. Means a lot, man. I got to turn up my game here. Game seems a little quiet. Hey, what's up, Wiz Up? Is that the real ProHype? What's up, Astonishing Airsoft? Yo, I saw Beast John in here as well. What's up, PV or PvP? Hey, Phoenix McKill, Sub Hennis, remember me? I do remember you, Phoenix. Yeah, welcome back to the stream, brother. Appreciate you coming out, man. What's up, Jack in the Box? Haircut? I got a haircut a couple days ago, bro. Yeah, so we're rocking a fresh cut, dude. It's nice. I like it. I'm gonna go Lonely Lodge. Still rocking the same dope outfit from yesterday. Nice hoodie. Oh, thank you, bro. I'm glad you like the ProHype hoodie. I got some new merch designs coming for you guys very soon. I'm working behind the scenes with a mascot designer right now for a really cool design that I wanna bring to you guys. It's gonna take a lot of work because I don't really know exactly in my mind how I want it to look, but I know that what we've produced so far isn't quite what I want, so it's just gonna take a little bit more time for us to get everything coordinated. I got to get on the same page with this guy, and it's hard because I'm doing my best to describe everything, and then he's got to go ahead and interpret it all, so he's got the hard job, not me. I don't know how or why I landed so low. This was not a good call. Hopefully I get a weapon on the stairs here on my way up. Okay, there's a chest up here. Good news, nobody else landed here, though. Give me the good stuff. Oh, wow, really? Crossbow, first game on? Okay. Got another chest, though. Wait, are there 3 chests? If there are 3 chests up here, that's going to be awesome. There's another one right out here. That is so dope. 3 chests all on the same mountain. 2 chug jugs? Bro, what did I do to deserve this? The fact that we don't have a shotgun right now, but we have 2 chug jugs. That's insane. I'm actually just going to go ahead and drink one. Like, might as well, right? It seems stupid not to. What's up, Ninosa? Welcome to the stream. That's streamer loot right there. That is literally the perfect example of streamer loot. What's my favorite weapon in the game? It's probably got to be the... Actually, you know what? My favorite weapon in the game. Probably the gold bolt. I love the bolt action sniper. It's so great. I saw, by the way, nice hoodie. Thank you so much. Yeah, if any of you guys are interested in this hoodie, you want to buy yourself some ProHype merch. I know it's sort of a basic design, but it was my very first merch design, and I'm going to be coming out with some more merch designs soon. So you can actually check the link in the description to my merch store. There's also a link in the cards in the upper right-hand corner. If you guys buy merch while I'm streaming, actually, your name will come up on screen, and I can thank you publicly for buying the merch, which is pretty dope. Stream froze? No, dude. Why is YouTube having these issues? Everybody's saying lag. No. All right. Well, everybody over on Twitch, you guys can still hear me. So we're just going to have to wait out the lag here for a little bit, which is unfortunate. Everybody over in the YouTube stream, go ahead and type 1 once you guys can hear me. Go ahead and type 1 once you guys can hear me. Everybody's saying ripperoni, man. I don't know what's going on. Stream just went offline. Everybody's saying the stream just went offline and that it froze, dude. No. Can you guys hear me at all? I don't know what to do. Alright, I just tried stopping the stream and starting it again. Alright, now everybody's typing 1 now. Alright, I just tried stopping the stream and starting it again, so we should be live now. Go ahead and type 4 in the chat if you guys can hear this message. Sorry for making you guys type all these numbers, but type 4 in the chat right now, because now we're live again, and I know this is the most up-to-date feed. So type 4 in the chat if you guys can hear me now. That's so stupid, bro. Like, YouTube... Alright, I'm seeing some 4s over in the Twitch stream, so you guys can hear me over there. That's good. Alright, and there's some 4s over in the YouTube stream now as well. God damn, bro. Like, honestly, that's so frustrating. Like, as a YouTuber, the fact that YouTube still has issues like that is just, like, mind-boggling to me. Like, I know they've got a lot of stuff to work out, obviously. Like, they're a massive website. But I didn't drop any frames there. My internet connection is fine. And I'm live streaming on Twitch as well. Like, I'm live streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. And my Twitch stream stayed up. Everybody over in the Twitch stream could, like, still hear me and everything I was saying. So it's clearly an issue with YouTube. And, like, that's just frustrating, bro. But whatever. The good news is that we're back. And we're here. Dude, this roof glitch is so obnoxious. I can't imagine how, like, everybody on console deals with this. This is only a recent glitch here, too, on PC. I don't know why this is all of a sudden becoming an issue for me. Makes no sense, man. Hey, what's up, Sans? How you doing today, buddy? Alright, I think I'm just gonna head out here. Alright, so I gotta catch up on these donations here, because I think a couple donations came in while I was offline. I want to make sure... let you guys know that I saw these. Astonishing Airsoft with a 2 pound says, I'm back. Thank you very much, Astonishing Airsoft, for coming back in the stream. I do appreciate it, my man. You're an absolute legend. Let's get some Airsoft hype in the chat. Then Zachary drops the $1.11. Thank you so much, Zachary. He says, how's your day? My day's going pretty good, man. So far, today is a solid day. Cannot complain about today. Woke up, got a video done. We're playing some Fortnite right now. There is a chest up there. I was going to say, I think I faintly hear something. Back up. Hell yeah. Oh, there's 2. I was going to say, do I hear 2 chests? Dang, bro. I'm getting sniped at. Is that a shot from up over here? It was. God dang, that's crazy. That's crazy, man. What's this guy doing? There's another chest up here. I really need a sniper right now. I'm hoping that tree is going to sort of block a lot of these shots. Sniper, 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 sniper. No sniper? Okay, cool. Apparently there is a way to rocket ride yourself now. I saw some people talking about that. I don't know how to do it, though. Yikes. What's up, brother? That was an unfortunate series of events for you, my man. There was a better pump there, or attack, I mean, yeah. I'm gonna take that. Although that pump is nasty, though, dude. What just fell down here? Ooh, more of those. I'll definitely take that. That's the LMG. Don't need that. I think all the rest of his stuff's... Oh, he's got the sniper. All right. Shoot, man. I guess I'm getting rid of the... Yeah. I'm getting rid of those nades, guys. I gotta take the sniper. I'm sorry. It's just gotta happen. I'm in your game. Yo, Parallaxic, please don't kill me. I'm just kidding, man. I'm looking forward to our 1v1. If you're actually in my game. Which I highly doubt is a fact, but... Nonetheless, man, I'm looking forward to it. Jump pad? Yeah, we got the jump pad. I don't know why. Jump pad, like, why do those items look bigger now? I don't know. It's lit, though. Gotta find some more people to snipe.
YouTube is lagging hardcore.
Yeah, bro, it is. I don't know why that's happening. For those of you guys who are watching on YouTube right now, I'm just gonna go ahead and let all of you guys know. If the stream ever goes offline again, I am live over on Twitch if you want to keep watching the stream. If we're in the, like, I'm about to win a game or something, I don't know, and you want to finish it off, there's I am live over on Twitch, twitch.tv/proHype, and there is a link in the description down below for you guys to go and check out my live stream. And I believe there's a link in the cards in the upper right hand corner, that little eye you guys see in the upper right hand corner of the video player on YouTube. You guys can go drop me a follow on Twitch, would really appreciate it. I think we're actually on the road to 10,000 followers on Twitch, which is pretty dope. ProHype's best YouTuber. I can barely hear you. Wait a minute, am I really quiet for you guys? Oh, hold on. Actually, no, I'm not. Hold on, wait a minute. How's that? My mic audio better now? Trenton Nord. What an OG, dude.
Hennis, I practically stopped watching you cause no more zombies. 1,111,000.
You're perfect? No, I'm good. Okay. Wait, Hennis, I practically stopped watching you because no more zombies. And then you just typed 11111 in the chat. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, it's like I'm gonna keep doing zombies like here and there. Like I'm never gonna be 100% zombies channel again. You know what I'm saying, man? Come on, bro. What are you doing to me, dog? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Hey, let me get this guy first, okay? So hard to hit. That's a headshot, though. That's tough. Oh! Reload this. Where did all the stuff go? Right here? It went out back a little bit, too. That was nice. Did not expect that to work, to be honest with you. I thought he was going to avoid the shot. I think he's over by that tree line straight ahead to like 290. I think he is anyway. There he is. He's right down here. He's gonna be pushing up on me. There he is. You guys see him? That's gotta hurt. Damn, nice shot. Sheesh. How much health did he have left? Yeah, he's gonna get one pump right there. That sucks. What's up, Crystal? How you doing today, my man? Welcome to the stream. Dang it, dude. I thought we were gonna have that. We concentrated. We did the best that we could. But it's once again, ladies and gentlemen, the pump outplays us. Look at how close we are. We are literally less than 2,000 XP away from hitting level 100. Ladies and gentlemen, can we get some 99 hype in the chat? 99 hype. You're a good sniper, V Saucy. I'm trying to get better timing my shots. It's definitely a lot harder. like a lot harder. It's a lot easier for me than it used to be. And like so much of that just comes down to like really practicing on the timing and all, you know? That's really so much of what that is. 99 hype, ladies and gentlemen. Dude, I want to hit level 100 so bad. I feel like that just looks so clean. Like when you get to level 100, it just looks so nice. You know, that's what I want. The donations are echoing.
Your ray gun though.
Are the donations echoing? Hold on. I think you're right, man. Yeah, they are echoing. Alright. Hold on, my man. Hold on. Ah, shoot, bro. You gotta be kidding me. No, this is so obnoxious. I gotta jump out. I'm gonna go over here. I gotta fix these audio issues here really quickly, though. I know what the issue is, though, guys. Okay. The audio issue should be no more, ladies and gentlemen. You shouldn't hear any more duplicates or anything. That was my bad. Mobby on that one, chat. Mobby. Hello. What a weird spot to land, dude. And we get another chug jug? That's actually ridiculous. What are the chances we get another chug jug? Okay, hold on. Boom, boom, boom. Yo, what's up? You got this? Thank you very much, Jeremy. Your ray gun, though? Zachary donates $2 and says, your ray gun! You went down. Hold on, I'm gonna try to go ahead and repeat a donation here, guys. Tell me if you guys still hear the donation alerts echoing. Actually, no, another donation is coming in right now. Perfect. Never mind. You guys are too generous to me. I don't even have to do anything. Making my life too easy out here. Everyone is saying the stream is lagging. Bro, like literally the last thing I want to hear right now is that the stream is lagging. You guys don't even understand. I think I know exactly why it's lagging too, dude. But Jake comes in with a $2, says, so no more zombies? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm definitely still going to be doing more zombies. But like, it's just not going to be as consistent as it was on my channel. It's still echoing a little bit. It is echoing. Oh, no, you guys are talking about the lag. Okay. If it's still echoing, type 5 in the chat. The donation sounded really quiet. Huh. The lag is real. No lag, it's a troll. The audio is fine? Okay. That's so strange, though, because, like... Well, I think it's laggy for some people because I changed the setting. I think it's a little bit laggy for people with slightly weaker internet connections.
Will you please notice me?
Will you please notice me, Jake? Thank you so much for another $2 donation. 2 back-to-back $2 donations. Thank you so much, brother. I seriously appreciate that. Let's get some Jake love in the chat. Thank you so much, my man. By the way, just speaking from a streamer's perspective, it's really annoying when people are always like, hey, please notice me, please notice me, please notice me. Because, like, I do my best to notice everybody, right? But it's kind of a selfish thing, a selfish mindset to have. It's like, there's a lot of people in the stream right now, right?
YouTube is broken.
YouTube is just broken? Okay. I'm not going to worry about it then. Bro, I thought you could hit the leaves. It's an awkward camera angle. Check over here, I guess. It's all good, it's all good. All right, good. What's up, Kenny? Check how far the circle is. It might be really, really far. Ooh, we got a bit of a distance to go. We got a bit of a ways to travel. Zachary, thank you so much for another donation, my man. And Loop. I said Luke at first. I'm swiping too fast on that. I'm not even getting the loot. Go over here and grab this chest. Did anybody land here at Fatal? Maybe not. Maybe we got the whole place to ourselves. I just have one thing to say. Keep it up. The videos. I love the content. You do amazing work. And I hope to be just like you one day. That's very humbling, man. For real. Thank you. It means a lot. I try my best to push out consistent, decent quality content for you guys. Like, I'm not going to be releasing gems every single day, you know? Like, especially in the form of videos. Just simply because doing that every single day is, you know, it's not easy. Especially if I'm trying to stream every single day and live stream, you know? It's a lot of content to produce, but I do my best. So I'm glad that you guys appreciate it. Because this is, I mean, doing YouTube is literally a dream for me, right? So once I got into this position where I like realized I could do YouTube full time, I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna take it seriously. You know, like screw all the BS, bro. I'm just gonna do it. Yikes, dude. What the frick? Whoa, the lag. Whew. You gotta be kidding me. There's another guy coming, chat. There's another guy right outside. I mean, I heard him. I definitely heard somebody else's footsteps. 100%. I don't know where, though. Hennis, how are you? Matt Grossman, I'm doing pretty great, brother. Thanks for asking, my man. Doing pretty good. What's up, Coyote? How you doing today, brother? What's up, Cameron? Next round, don't use your shield? What do you mean? What's up, Roosevelt? What's up, Peyton? You know what I found so funny? You know what? I made a big mistake this morning, guys, when I woke up. The first thing I went to go do is read the comments on my on that ninja video. That was the worst mistake I've ever made in my entire life. You know how horrible it is to wake up in a bad mood after reading YouTube comments? YouTube comments are literally absolute cancer. And I mean that in the most respectful way possible, you know? That guy died? Was that the guy he was shooting at? I gotta go. I just watched the videos of you killing Ninja. Yeah. You know what I found? Like, I want to make this very clear. So anybody who's coming to my channel from that video, which is a lot of people, like, the one big thing that I want to make so clear is, like, one of the most common thing that I saw going through the comment sections was literally, you know, oh my god, you shouldn't be proud of this at all. You know, Ninja literally just stood still and let you kill him. If you think you're better than Ninja, you're an idiot. And, like, that threw me for such a loop, because that was one of the things that I crossed my mind. I was like, you know, maybe people might interpret this video as me trying to say that I'm better than Ninja, which is so not the case. I mean, how many times do I need to literally, like, for lack of a better term, like, just suck him off in the video and, and then literally proceed to say, this is not me proving anything. This is literally just a coincidence for me running into a game with him. And then people are, like, people took it like like they were defending Ninja. It was literally all circumstantial, you know? So I'm hoping, yeah, I'm not saying this. The majority of people don't think that, obviously, but there's a select few that looked at that video and then got like offended. They're like trying to defend Ninja or something. It's like, I'm not coming after Ninja. He's a big content creator. I made the video because I knew it would do well, right? And it's doing really well, and it's helping me grow my channel. And it was funny that I pickaxe Ninja. Literally, the only reason the video is even relevant or the video is even getting views is because he is one of the greatest players on in the world at Fortnite. Nobody would care about me pickaxing some other YouTuber if, you know, if they're not as good, right? I mean, that's the whole mindset. It's so silly. Anyways, I'm done. I'm over it. Thank you for coming to my channel. If you're new from the video, subscribe, drop a like. Appreciate you guys all coming out. We're here to have fun, play some Fortnite, and get better every day, bro. Ninja's a ninja, yeah. We're just leave it at that. He's his own dude. He does his thing. I do my thing, right? Like, what else is there to say? Even though it's semi-auto, I just want to kill him. This dude over here's got a bolt. You gotta be freaking kidding me. Don't do it, dude! Hut! Hut! So who are we engaging with right here? Is the dude on top of factory, or is there another dude? I'm confused. Yikes. Lag again. Ah! Oh, we gotta go, dude. Actually, no, this is stupid. I just gotta go now. What am I doing? Why am I waiting? Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. What's up, Savage? What level am I? I'm level 99, man. Really close to level 100. This might actually be the game right here. Please don't take damage from this. Or hopefully that slurp saves me. Huh! Did it save me? Oh, literally we're 2 HP away. You gotta be kidding me. Say hello to my little friend. What am I doing, bro? Yo, what the heck? Hold on.
Duos one day.
He's just gonna waste all his material. Waiting for some other dude to push up on me, man. What? Bro, what is happening? Where were all those shots on him? Bro! Am I really that trash? He's gonna open it. He's editing it right now. You can tell. This guy's such a sissy, dude. I'm so done. Like, where were the headshots on that guy? When I was pumping him? I don't even freaking know, dude. Like, what's your grand plan here, man? You gotta be kidding me. That's so obnoxious, bro. You gotta be freaking kidding me. I'm dead. I paid way too much attention to that guy. That was a big mistake. Paid way too much attention to him. And I thought the guy run up on me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the game right here. If we win this game, I got to catch up on this donation here in just like literally just a second. But let me show you guys this, all right? We have literally, I say literally too much, less than 500 XP to go to level 100. That's awesome. That's so sick. Let's get 5. Actually, how much do we have to go? What is it? What was it? 455 or 555? I think it was 555. So let's go ahead and get a, so what is that? 445? Yeah, 445 spam in the chat. 445. Spam in the chat. I would really appreciate it. You guys are insane. Thank you so much for the support. Let's get a rip in the chat. This is the game right here. We're hitting level 100. Let's make it a win. And this donation, dude. Jason comes in with a 50. Thank you so much, Jason. He says, duos one day, question mark. Bro. My man, that's a $50 donation. I usually don't, the only people who I really do it with, bro, are like close friends or other YouTubers. But I seriously appreciate your dono, man. Thank you so much for the 50. Thank you so much, man. I really, really appreciate that. For real. All of you guys over on the Twitch stream, thank you so much for coming out as well. You guys are literally the ones keeping my Twitch channel alive at this point. I'm hoping to get it partnered here pretty soon, which would be sick. But we got 37 people watching on Twitch. Thank you so much, guys. Really do appreciate that. If you're new over on Twitch, make sure you drop a follow. And if you're watching on YouTube and you prefer to watch me on Twitch, go drop me a follow on Twitch. Would appreciate it. Coyote, thank you very much for the 1 bit, man. Level 100 this game, ladies and gentlemen. Question mark. Let's make it a W. Why don't we? Might as well make it a W. I don't know if anybody else came here. Oh, here we go. My shot is electric, as you guys can see. Ain't nobody in the game does it better. Jason, guy in here, shoot.
Hey, don't worry about it. I
hope I didn't get enough XP. I hope I didn't get enough XP. That is so obnoxious.
2 and 3 are gone forever.
Zachary, what are you talking about, man? Thank you so much for the 2, bro. Please don't tell me I got enough XP. Oh, okay. 49,591. All right, we got to get a win. If we get a win, as soon as we get a win, that'll be like enough XP to bring us over the edge, 100%. Got to catch up on all these donations, though.
What's the name of the video when you beat Ninja?
It's right on my channel, man. It's called I Eliminated Ninja with a Pickaxe. That's the name of the video. But Jason with a 5 says, don't worry about it. I'm just glad I got to help out. Thank you so much, bro. That's really nice mindset to have, man. Like, for real. Honestly, because like there's a lot of people that donate and they only donate because they want something out of it. Which I totally get. But if you're, you donate to help support the channel, support what I do, bro, that seriously means a ton to me, man. Thank you so much. Any donation, and I say this all the time, guys, but any donation, big or small, seriously means a lot, and it does help me out a ton. So thank you so much for that. The Coyote comes in with a 100-bit donation. Thank you so much, bro. Hashtag level 100 hype, bro. I'm gonna get it this game. All right, it's gotta happen. I just can't play like such an idiot. That dude came crouching in. I didn't know if he opened up my door, if he was down below. I gotta stop making up excuses. I'm gonna go to factory. I'm gonna go to factory. But Zachary donates $2 and says, but your ray guns marks 1, 2, and 3 are gone forever. What do you mean they're gone forever? What does that even mean? Thank you so much for your donation, but what? Then Jake with the $2 says, I already answered that video, that question about the video. So thank you, man. I think I'm all caught up in donations now. Okay, we concentrated the damn game. Let's get it. If you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure you drop a like, subscribe if you're new.
My cat is in kill mode.
My cat is in kill mode. Keep yourself safe from your cat, man. It happens to the best of us.
Number 9. Wow, it's a dream come true.
Wait, what are you referring to? Number 9, wow, it's a dream. Oh, right, because you're best gamer alive. Yes, bro, you did make it on the number 9 dono leaderboard. That's right, bro. I was like, what are you referencing? But thank you so much, man, for that dono. You're literally a god. I need a shotgun here. You're better than Ninja, that's my opinion. Your opinion's wrong. I don't know what else to say to that, man. I'm just messing, but for real. That's very nice of you to say. But you're wrong. In my opinion. I'm so mad I don't have a shotgun right now.
OFC, I'm here to help. You're an awesome underrated streamer.
I'm just gonna get the hell out of here, dude. Honestly, I don't even want to deal with that right now. He's got a shotgun in there. Please give me something good in here. Something good close quarters. See if we can bait him out here. What are the chances? He's in here. I'm dead. My whole screen froze. My game is frozen. That is so sick, dude. Love that. Love when that happens. Why does the game just freeze on me like that? I don't get it. Are my graphic settings too high? I'm gonna hit level 100 and have nothing to show for it. I'm gonna hit level 100. It's gonna be when I died, like top 50. My graphic settings too high, maybe? Let me try bringing these down. I don't even want my textures to be that high, bro, in all honesty. That still looks fine. That looks the same. I can't even tell the difference. I've been on the YouTube streams on your stream since you even started streaming Fortnite. Hey, thank you, man. This is before I even started streaming Fortnite. Appreciate the support, bro. I probably lost that anyways because he had a shotgun, but still. Zachary, protect yourself from your cat, bro. Thank you very much for your 2. GTA 5 Gamer with a 2 says, number 9, wow, it's a dream come true. You are in the number 9 spot in the top 10 super chat leaderboards, brother. You're insane. Thank you so much for the love. Really appreciate that. Then Jason comes in with a $10 donation. Says, of course, I'm here to help. You're an awesome, underrated streamer.
Scratched your screen.
Thank you so much, man. That really does mean a lot. I'll show you guys my settings right here. And you guys can like pause the stream. Get ready to pause the stream or screenshot whatever you want. Right at the, whatever moment you're curious about. So here's all my video settings, if you're curious. I'm thinking that's maybe why my game's been freezing, so I'm just going to try to turn some of that stuff down. Doesn't make any sense, though, because I'm still getting, like, insane FPS. Then here's my game. I do play on NA East, so for that kid that was in here trying to stream snipe me the other day, saying, what region are you in? There you go, NA East. Please don't try to stream snipe me, because you'll probably beat me. Here's all my inputs and stuff, too. I'll just slowly scroll through this, and you can screenshot, pause, or whatever you want. Or if you're on Twitch, you can clip it. That's probably easier than just go through and watch whatever you want. And then I don't use a controller, I use keyboard and mouse, so there you go. But Jason, thank you so much for your 10. Zachary donates 2 and says, my cat scratched your screen. Gotcha. That's what happened. Understood. Yeah, I don't have a cat, so I don't know what that's like. My dad owns a dog, but I don't own a pet. What's up, Seal? Hennish, your skin and pickaxe are sick. Thank you, dude. I think they're sick, too. I freaking love it, dude. What's up, Bassfish Cat? Hit a 1 meter no-scope? I mean, those are the easiest no-scopes to hit, to be honest with you. Alright, tell me you're going to the long barn, not the big barn, buddy, alright? Perfect. Is there a chest up there? Yes! I hate when there's not a chest right there. What's up, Nate Van Hoff? How you doing today, brother? Yikes. Nope. Nope, I'm dead. Don't you dare do it. Don't you dare do it. 4 HP, 4 HP, 4 HP, 4 HP. I had no idea what to do there, bro. God, that was so nerve-wracking. He had an RPG running right at me. Holy Jesus, dude. Can we get a... I don't even know what in the chat. Pick that up. I don't know how I'm still alive. I should be... there. I should definitely be dead. Wow. Okay. That happened. We'll pick up those nades, I guess. Coyote with another 1 bit. I can't read it right now, man. Give me a second. Only 1 more shot in this thing. He destroyed his jump pad too, didn't he? That's neat. Hello. Hello, young brethren. Welcome to my stream. Yep. Liddy. Where can I find your merch? There's a link in the description down below, brother. Definitely get rid of that. Okay. We're feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. How long am I going to play? I'm going to play until we die, dude. I actually don't know. If you're looking for a time frame, I usually stream for about 3 or 4 hours. What's up, Ooh of Gage? How you doing today, my man? Welcome to the stream. If you guys are enjoying the live stream, make sure you guys drop a like, subscribe if you're new. Appreciate all the support. Zachary with another $2 donation.
Cats, 3 dogs, and 2 birds.
Damn. Do you ever sleep, or is your house just like a constant mix of like animal noises? You just sound like a zoo all day? Thank you so much for the $2 donation. 3 cats, 3 dogs, and 2 birds. Jesus. Prayers to you, man. The day when they all want to make noise. Do the birds chirp at the dogs and the dogs bark at the birds? And I'm really happy I didn't say that wrong, right? That was a really easy thing to mess up. It's like, do the dogs chirp at the birds and the cats bark at the cows and the only animal I've ever owned is a dog, so I don't know. The only reason I didn't grow up with cats, I'm pretty sure, like, I feel like my family definitely could have been a cat family. That's a person, right? It's just simply because my parents were both allergic to dogs, or to cats, I mean, so. But thank you so much for another 2, bro. Really do appreciate that. Once again, thank you, my man. Can you show your profile how many hours you did solo so I know how long it would take me to get to level 100? The amount of time it's taken me to get to level 100, there's nothing impressive about that. I think I've got like 70 solo wins or something like that with like over 800 solo games played. Not a good ratio by any means. I do a lot of stupid challenges though. I don't know. It's been a slow improvement. Oh, look at this. Somebody built me a little platform. Did that bush move, dude? I just don't trust this at all, man. Something seems so off about that bush. It's not sitting well with me. Throwing pizza with 10 bits. Hey, bro, love you. Keep up the good work. Thank you very much, man. Means a lot. I'm better at you than Fortnite by watching you. Wait, you've gotten better at Fortnite than me because you've watched me? Or you're just saying you're better than me? We're really confused him here. Hi. Hi, how are you? Yikes, that took way too long to get to you. GG's though, man. Well played. Pick up that. Reload this. Kinda wish I had a better shotgun. I guess we'll take that. Boom. You finally got 500 coins. Hey, Gates, congratulations, man. Hennis, keep up the good work. Been supporting you since 170 or 176K. Thank you so much, bro. That's a long time to be supporting me, for real. Considering we're almost at 300K, I mean, that's just crazy. Never rush something like that. I don't know why he kept coming. Actually, hold on. Yeah. Now we're good. No shield, though. Huh. What's up, Wartech? How you doing today, buddy? Alright. I really gotta make this a win right here. Wish I had a ton of shield, but I don't. That makes me feel very naked, and it feels wrong. Bro, I hate looting these trees, dude. It's so stupid. Either make me hit the branch or make me hit the frickin' trunk. I don't get it. Don't mess with me. I don't know what to believe anymore. Can't believe none of those guys had RPG. That's like the most disheartening thing ever.
My house is actually kind quiet.
Actually kind of quiet? That's good, man. That's really good then. I mean, I can imagine like if I had that many. Yes, the fact that you had a chug jug literally makes me want to scream. And you had 6 RPG shots for me, dude. Oh, I love this guy. What's up, Kryptonic? What's up, Kylo? Guys, thank you so very much for 274,800 subscribers. You are amazing. Less than 200 subs to go till 275K, guys. Think about that. That's insane. Really do appreciate the support. If you guys are new to the channel, you're enjoying the content, make sure you subscribe. We're about to hit level 100. Let's get it popping, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it popping. Right here, right now, making it happen. W's on top of W's. That's all we do. I should use the double pump action. I'm not a big fan of the double pump, especially now since they're coming out with like some nerfs for it. Doesn't seem worth it to me, dude. You know? Why would I bother to learn it now if nobody's going to be using it in like after next patch, you know? I really like your merch. Thank you, man. I'm really excited to come out with some new merch designs because like as much as I was really excited to like push out the merch that I'm wearing right now, like my first line of merch. But when you really think about it, it's a pretty simple design.
You should use tactical SMG. Been here since 80K.
The tactical SMG, it's actually funny you bring that up. I've heard a lot of people talk about how that's like the new god weapon in this game, which is so weird because, you know, for so long nobody's ever really taken the tactical SMG seriously. So I don't know. If I come across it, I guess I could try it out. You know? How much is my PC? I have 2 PCs, man. I have a streaming PC and a gaming PC. And they were both around 2 grand. Is this barely in the safe zone or no? I think it is just barely in the safe zone. Nobody shoot me from over there, please. Okay, perfect. Actually, wait, hold on.
Alia used it and got over 5 kills. Scratch my head.
Alia used it and got over 5 kills. Scratch my head. Damn, T-Dog. Really? He used the tactical SMG and got that. I mean, getting 5 kills isn't like extraordinary, but I don't know. That's still kind of cool. I mean, yeah, 5 kills with a tactical SMG. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. At least from what I remember, how bad it was. And they're all raving about the purple one, right? Just because that's the best one, but you should use tactical SMG. All right, man. Yeah, if I come across it, I'll definitely use it. Thank you so much for your 2 back-to-back $2 super chats, my man. Really do appreciate that. No jump pad. Feels sad. Thank you so much for all your donations today, guys. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. And if you haven't dropped a like in the stream yet either, make sure you do that as well. Really do appreciate all the support. Thank you all so much for today. Just like these last couple days, man. My channel, it's been ridiculous. $20 says he's in the bush. Is that a bush coming up from behind me? I don't think so. Where else could this dude have been? This dude was just over here chugging shots. Where'd he go?
The pickaxe is godly cause you get materials from it.
Definitely up in there, for sure. I'm pushing out of the safe zone right now, but I want to get this guy. Gotta be kidding me, bro. This sucks.
Henry, your vids. I thought you weren't gonna stream today and was so disappointed.
Nah, man, we stream every day, brother. We stream every day. Appreciate the love, dude. Thank you so much for the support, though, my man. Really appreciate that a lot. Let's get some Angelo hype in the chat. Appreciate the support. I need shield, dude. Five people left. You just actually fire back up at me? He just killed himself. That's actually feels sad, man. He RPG'd himself, dude. Oh my god. We actually just got really lucky right there. Not gonna lie. Okay, campfire? Nope, just a jump pad. Okay. I don't know where the rest of these guys are. He actually killed himself. T-Dog Savage, thank you so much for another $1.11, my man. Really do appreciate that. Get it to the safe zone. Why am I standing still? Why did I do that, dude? Oh my god. See one guy? He's up over here on this ridge. Probably going for the drop. That's my best guess. Possible 10 kill win right here, baby. He came from that base. Please, God, yes. Please, God, yes. Please, God, yes.
Don't get hypothermia in the storm.
Hypothermia? Yeah, hypothermia sounds like that would suck. No lie. Way too far ahead. Way too far ahead. Way too far ahead. Still 3 people left. I'm in the safe zone too. I'm in the next safe zone. What you gonna do? You gonna peek that? How do you donate? Link in the description down below, guys. It's always optional, but very much appreciated. Okay, not gonna lie, hands are a little sweaty right now. Okay, he's over there now. I don't want to jump pad just yet, just because I don't know if he is actually the last. He's not the last guy, and I don't know where the last guy is. So I don't want to. God, that's literally right freaking on top of me. Okay. I don't know what to do. You're aiming for level 100 next season? Oh, absolutely, man. Absolutely. See, he's building a little base for himself right there. Imagine.
Nay, T-Game gets 6 tac SMG kills, I'll drop A.
That's clean. I don't know where this last guy is. Just chill, man. Rebel, listen. It's my level 100 game right here. I ain't trying to choke it, you know what I'm saying? Golly, brothers. Where is this last kid? He's got to be near the foot of my base, right? Imagine if he's right down there. I'd freaking scream. We're still in the safe zone again, dude. I want to win this game so badly. This is like, once I win this game, this will be unlock level 100 right here. He's right down there. I saw him. So he knows exactly where I am. And now I have a rough idea of where he is. There he is. He's pushing underneath now. Yeah, here he comes. That's gotta hurt. Okay. One guy's dead. Okay, so that guy died, and I have no idea where this last guy is. That's sick. Such a nice feeling. And, not even worth my time, bro. Hold on. Let's go, baby. GG's in the chat. That's what I'm talking about. That should be our level 100 game. Only 9 kills because we didn't get that that second to last guy. But damn, GG's in the chat, guys. Let's freaking go. Not the smoothest one I've ever gotten, but pretty solid. When we click return to lobby, we should be level 100. We should be. If you guys are new to the channel, make sure you drop a like in the stream. We already have over 700 likes. Thank you so much for the support. F the haters, man. Thank you, Angelo, so much for the support. Level 100, man. Let's freaking go. That's sick. That's so dope. Level 100, man. That's what I'm talking about. If you guys are new to the channel, make sure you subscribe. When you subscribe, you'll see your name up here in the lower right-hand corner. Look at how clean that looks, baby. Look at how clean that looks, man. And see, you guys can't see it entirely because it's all covered up by the... look at that, though, dude. Look at that.
Happy level 100.
Thank you so much, Coyote, for the 100 bits, bro. Seriously, appreciate that a lot. The 100-bit dono for level 100. Finally, literally. That's all I hear in my head is finally. So So Seals Outdoors also did come in with a $1 donation. Thank you so much, bro. We also had Coyote come in with a no, Angelo with a 140 said, Henry, keep up the awesome work and F the haters. Thank you so much, bro. Look at that, level 100, 100, baby, 100. Let's go. How much is that worth? Level 100? I don't even know. How much do you guys think it's worth? Level 100 in this game? I mean, there's so many other people that have gotten it. Kind of feel like a boss now, though. I kind of feel like we're gonna win the next like 17 games. Nice game. Thank you, Noel. You guys are awesome. Appreciate the support. Where did the bits come from? Twitch? Yeah, if you guys didn't know, I am live on Twitch right now. Twitch.tv/proHype. Saw it. What's up, Aqua Legend? How you doing today, my man? Welcome to the stream. We're going tilted. I mean, like, after we hit level 100, we got to go tilted, right? I think that's sort of... Once you reach that level of epicness, you just got to go, right? What's up, John? What's up, Sam W? Welcome to the stream. I'm doing it. Oh, that's right. I forgot to do the V-Buck giveaway today, dude. Shoot. Shoot. I forgot to tweet that out on Twitter. God damn, I meant to do that today because I wanted to have the V-Buck giveaway ready for you guys, but what held me back is I need a graphic for it. So I either need to make the Twitter graphic for myself or I need to have somebody else make it. And I think I'm going to make it myself. I think that's what I'm going to do. But yeah. Simply Titan, what's up, my man? Look at this.
I'm sorry I can't give 100, but I hope this is good. I knew you could do it, you're awesome.
Get 6 TAC SMG kills, I'll drop 420.
Hold on one second, my man. Let me concentrate on this here for a second. What the hell's happening? I didn't have any metal. I didn't have any wood, I mean. Bang, bang. How you doing today, John? Welcome to the stream, my man. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, is it happening? What? I hear another guy. All these donations, guys. Thank you all so much. That's down below. There's definitely another guy close to me. Hold on. I think he was in here. Yeah, he's up here. He's up top. Four shots? Question mark. 1 HP. Awesome. Sick. Sick, dude. Jason came in with $1. Says, I'm sorry I can't give 100, but I hope this is good. I know you could do it. You're awesome. Thank you so much, Jason. I seriously do appreciate that, bro. Get some Jason hype in the chat. T-Dog comes in with another 2 and says, get 6 TAC SMG kills and I'll drop 420, as in $4.20 or $420. There's a big difference there. Either way, man, your donation will be appreciated. Thank you so much for the work. Then Aesthetic World comes in with a 2. Appreciate it, man. Get tilted at Tilted Towers. Yeah, for real. That's all it takes, man. All it takes to get tilted at Tilted Towers. Does it reset when Season 3 starts? Yeah, it will, man. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. I gotta get better at switching there. Like, I think I switched too slow. I think I just gotta go boom, 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 you know? I, like, take too much time up. Did you guys see that? Hold on. No. No, 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 no. You guys saw that, right? Did you guys see that? Something literally just flew right in front of my screen. I guarantee it. Don't tell me I wasn't the only person that saw that. Yeah. Let me rewind the stream, bro. Okay. Watch this. We're going to play this at 0.25 speed. All right, you guys ready for this? Watch this. Something flew right at me. Wait for it. Right there. Who saw it? What was that? Look, somebody's character started to blow up. I knew I didn't see it, dude. Look at my reaction time. Then I'm like, wait, what? Took me a little second to realize what the hell had happened. Oh, we're falling. Somebody's head blew up. I don't even know. Somebody, like those big head glitches that happen in Fortnite. It's so weird. Honestly, I don't know why those happen. Thank you, Caden, for the clip, though, man.
I'll give you another chance. $4.20.
I need to find attack SMG first, bro. $4.20. Gotcha. If I find attack SMG, I'm gonna use it, bro. Okay? I got you. Got you, dog. Oh, 2 of them? Oh, it's my lucky day, dudes. But thank you very much, T-Dog. It's $4.20. If I find a tactical SMG, I get to get 6 kills with it. All right, let's make it happen then.
I want hype in the chat for my cat being evil.
That's totally understandable, man. I would want some hype in the chat for my evil cat too. Thank you so much for another 2, dude. Appreciate it. Let's get some hype in the chat for Zachary. Thank you so much, man. Bro, we're literally finding everything that we don't want, you know? Hey, bro, I really hate to break it to you, but I don't think we're going to be using that tactical SMG this game. I could be wrong, but there's just something's making me feel like maybe I want to use the Scar? I don't know. Hate to break it to you. Let's get another dub, though. What's up, N-Boss? Welcome to the stream. Hennis is the GOAT. He's responded to my chat messages like 20 times. Caden, you're hella active in the chat. How can I not? How long have I been a Fortnite pro? I'm not a Fortnite pro, man. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a Sky base builder. Can we get some... Bro, he legit just fell right off his base, man. He barely... I wish we had a better angle on that, man. Here's the tactical SMG. All right, right here. Got it, man. Did you guys see that, dude? Just straight fell right out of the sky. Holy Lord. That's unfortunate. I know how that feels, too, because that exact same stuff's happened to me in the past. I'll show you guys exactly where this guy died. Right at the bottom of this right here. We could continue his legacy. What direction was he even building in? Look at this. You could tell he was a little confused. He's actually building in the opposite direction of the safe zone. He had like 3 things. What's up, Roxanne? How you doing today? Oh, we had a boogie bomb too. That's awesome. So perfect. Wish we could have gotten the kill on that, but no sky base for you. I didn't even have to shoot. I wasn't even gonna shoot it down, to be honest. I was gonna go back up on, I was gonna go up on the base behind him and try to see what's up.
You have a green SMG. Get 6 with that then.
Alright, I gotta get 6 kills with this. Alright, man. Alright, brother, man. I hope this thing is literally as OP as you claim it is, because if it's not, you're gonna have one very, very sad and angry Fortnite player on your hands. What's up, Michael Williams? Welcome to the stream, dude. You guys are donating so much. What the hell is going on?
Ran into a wall and knocked something down.
Hearing your guys' dog stories like makes me appreciate. Here we go. This will be the easiest kill of my life. Holy accuracy, dude. What was that? Did you guys see that? Oh! What is coming to his leg? Did you guys see his leg? His leg was kicking up in the air. Freaking flying everywhere, dude. What the hell was that? Alright, that's one kill down. Six kills inbound with a tactical SMG, ladies and gentlemen. This is Xbox One. No, I'm on the PC right here, guys. I'm on the PC. It's a rip in the chat for that guy. What's up, Angelo? Can you say hi to me, or is this fake? I don't know. This is all fake, dude. I pre-recorded all of this as a giant joke. You're actually watching a pre-recorded live stream. Just kidding. That is a lie. This is live. And I appreciate you coming in, man. I pre-recorded this and knew you were going to say that. Can Xbox One join PC players? No, unfortunately not. And I don't know why either. It makes no sense that a PS4 player can join a PC player, but a Microsoft Windows player on a PC, on a Windows operating system, can't join a Microsoft Windows X or a Microsoft Xbox. Look at that lag, dude. Swear to God. Anybody? Oh boy. All to get that. Exactly. That's what I get punished with. Get some ammo. Should I start using PC? It's entirely up to you, man. If you guys want to try out Fortnite for free on the PC, there is a link in the description down below that helps benefit both me and the channel to download Fortnite for free. So make sure you go check it out if you're interested and want to try out Fortnite. I'm using a tactical SMG because I want $4.20. Let's think about that for a second. All right, 2 people right here. Hopefully 2 easy kills. What's up, Vaul? Why don't you show off? Because I feel like if I was as good as you, I'd be telling my family. Nah, dude. Like, I get outplayed every day, and I don't know. I hate how a lot of streamers look extremely braggadocious. Like, don't get me wrong. I'll toot my own horn if I got something worth tooting, you know? Don't you dare snipe at me, you buffoon. Don't you dare do it. Absolutely obliterated. Holy God. He's got a purple SMG. Or a blue one, I mean. This thing is actually insane. I didn't think he was shooting underneath. I thought he was shooting in front of me. That was my bad. RIP, dude. Shoot. I just failed that challenge entirely. Will I ever play squads? I play squads every now and then, man. Yeah, absolutely. But right now I'm just going to play some solos. Shoot. Right as we get that, too. Thank you very much, Wearable Hades, for the 1 bit. Appreciate it, my man. Appreciate that a ton. Pray for my tooth. It's going to fall out. Yo, I remember losing my teeth, man. It's lit. They buffed the SMG. Yeah, that's insanely... The biggest thing about that is its accuracy. That's amazingly accurate. Go Yankees, man. What's up, Prox? How you doing today, King? It is so hot in this room. It is unbelievable. Gotta stay warm. That's one hell of a word, baboon. Wait, did I say buffoon? I think I said buffoon, not baboon. Should I buy that skin? I think you should. I'm gonna change the skin after this game. Want to spice it up a little bit? Can I get an Xbox One? I mean, I have a PS4, but I never use it, you know? So if I ever got a PS4 or an Xbox One, I would never use it. Just because I'm not interested in consoles, you know? Nice skin. Thank you, Aziz. Appreciate it, man. You know, like, I just have no motivation to use one. That's just me, though. Alright, where are we headed? Oh, Tilted Towers, man. For sure, dude. I say do too much? Alright, I'll stop. Hennis, I love you, but the Yankees suck. Your opinion's wrong. You're entitled to your own opinion, of course. Congrats on killing Ninja with a pick. Thanks, dude. More so a congrats on how well the video's doing, in my eyes. It's a little disheartening that everybody took it more seriously than I intended, but it's okay. It is what it is. Kansas City Royals are the best? No, they're not, dude. Sorry, I said dude again. You guys gonna make me all self-conscious now. There's no chest down here. That's a shame. I think I'm in the wrong building, actually, where that chest location usually is. Hey, Wobble with 100 bits. Thank you so much, man. The 100-bit donation. He went from the 1-bit donation to the 100-bit donation. That's a big increase. Thank you so much, dude. Bro. Homie. All these burst assault rifles. What's going on? That was so stupid. What's up, son? Didn't realize he was gonna fall. Troll, I'm still here. I'm still here. What's up, AJ? Welcome to the stream. My man, Owen Ritter. I know. I'm slacking. Did I actually kill Ninja with a pickaxe? Yeah, I did. There's a video of it on my YouTube channel. If you want to go check it out. I gotta change the title of my stream too, because we already hit level 100. I fixed that right now. What should I change it to? I'm gonna change it to #1 semi-decent player. I think that's gonna be my title. #1 semi-decent player. That's what we're gonna go with. I like that. Everyone titles their stream's top player in Fortnite. #1 semi-decent player in Fortnite. I hope that doesn't hit me with limited ads, which it more than likely will, just knowing YouTube. How that stuff usually works. Alright, let's get another solo win. I'm so sick and tired of playing like butt cheeks, man. Challenges? I don't know if I'll do any challenges today. I'm actually gonna go to Fatal. Or Pleasant. No, I'll go Fatal. Or this is Anarchy, actually. I'll go to Anarchy. What are bits? If you're watching over on Twitch, it's just a way for people to donate to the live stream using bits. That's all. Hennis, I love your content. Keep it up. Thank you so much, Gage. I'm doing my best to bring you guys content every single day. I want to do a live stream and a video every day. And so, for the last, little less than a week, I've been able to do that pretty consistently. But bits are a currency over on Twitch, guys, that people donate with. YouTube doesn't really have an equivalent. It's sort of like YouTube Super Chat, but Super Chat is still actual money. That's the big thing. Actually, I have no idea why I have those. There's no point. What do you mean by coins? Oh, yeah, so there is a coin system in my YouTube stream. Every 10 minutes that you guys are in the stream, every single viewer is awarded with 10 coins. And then at the end of every month, I do massive giveaways where you guys can use those coins to enter into those giveaways. We give away V-Bucks, we give away gift cards, we give away GFuel, we give away merch, and the more coins that you have, the greater chance you have of winning those giveaways. So that's why a lot of people, you know, have notifications on for the stream, because they want to be the first people in here so they can start earning coins literally as soon as the stream starts. So yeah, there's a lot of cool things that coins can do, and it's also a cool way for you guys to measure how long you've been supporting my live stream for. Because when you type !coins in the chat, that triggers a command. The bot will respond to you and tell you how many coins that, you have in the live stream, and it will also tell you how much time you've been watching the stream, which is cool, just to measure how long you've watched my stream for. How many? I think it shows you in hours, either in hours or minutes, one of those two. Can't tell if where anybody else went. But if you're watching on Twitch, you can still earn coins, but those coins don't actually go towards anything, unfortunately, because the majority of my viewers are over on YouTube. So the giveaways that I run are all through the YouTube bot, which is not the same as the Twitch bot. So those of you guys who are watching over on Twitch, you're gaining coins, but you can't really use those coins for anything. So YouTube is really the place to be, to watch me and earn coins. And as soon as you subscribe to the channel as well, you're automatically awarded 10 coins, like right off the bat. So bonus 10 coins just for being a subscriber to the channel. Is Wukong worth it? I think it's pretty cool. It's the most unique skin that they've come out with so far. Check over here real quick. So yeah, all you got to do is just be in the live stream, and you'll automatically be earning coins. Simple as that. So the more time you spend in the stream, the more coins you get, the greater chance you have of winning the giveaways. I wish I could cheer. Hey, Junior, it's all good, man. Hennis, is the coins leaderboard going away or the loyalty shop? Both are going away, unfortunately. So that whole website, the whole custom website for the fuss spot, or in what's called ProBot in my stream, is going away. The developer of the bot says he can't support it anymore, which is really unfortunate. Or he said he either ran into legal issues. It's not money. It's not a money issue, like, at all. He said that he's getting plenty of support on the bot. There's a lot of people using it. He's still going to be providing it for free, which is amazing. So the bot's not, it's not like not enough people are using it, because that was one of the things that really worried me when I got the notification. I was thinking, oh no, you know, what if this means that he, you know, can't fund those streamer websites anymore? That was my biggest worry. So what are coins going to be used for, or are they not going to be coins involved? No, no, no. So coins are going to stay. It's just the actual website where you guys can go to redeem for things other than giveaways is going away. So giveaways are going to remain absolutely the same. There's nothing's going to change about the monthly giveaways. You guys will still earn coins every 10 minutes. You just won't be able to go to a separate website to check how many coins you have. And there won't be additional rewards outside of the giveaways for you to redeem your coins with. That's all. I think there was a guy right on the other side of the ridge up here. That's all that's changing. So nothing's really going to change for the majority of you guys, because the majority of everybody who's in my stream only uses coins to enter into giveaways. That's it. Twitch isn't working. Twitch.tv/proHype. You should be able to go there. So close to 750k. So close to 750. What? We're about to hit 275k, if that's what you mean. Subscribers, which is ridiculous. We're 3 subscribers away. If you guys are new to the channel, you're enjoying the content, make sure you guys subscribe. Really do appreciate the love and support. Yeah, I didn't see a guy over here. I'm blind. What's the coins website? So yeah, so for right now, I think through the 28th is when the developer of the bot says he's getting rid of it. For now until the 28th, you guys can go to coins.proHype.com to check the check how many coins you have. And then that's when the loyalty shop will be going away as well, where you guys can redeem things like a YouTube sub, God mode, moderator, stuff like that. So I don't know if we'll be able, I might be able to find some sort of an alternative. I don't know. I'll have to work all that out. Not sure how that's gonna function yet. If there's no alternative, then it'll just be giveaways, which is great because that's really all I kind of envisioned coins being used for anyways. This guy looks a little confused. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yikes. I'll donate $1,000 if you win. All right, pressure's on now. If you don't donate $1,000, I'm coming to your house and beating you up. As you can tell, I'm a very large man.
Can I PLS get a shout out PLS at Dylan Pulaski PLS?
Yo, Dylan, absolutely. Shout out to you, bro. Thank you so much for the $2 donation. Every donation gets a shout out, guys, so you don't have to ask for a shout out in the donation. You donate, I just shout out your name. Simple as that.
Your fingers are annoying when you keep switching guns.
Can't reach him. Go out the door. Oh my god, dude, that's too perfect. I love this game. I am in love with this game. GG's, brother. Don't mess with me, chat. Come on now. Come on now.
Love her streams, keep it up.
That's not real. That's not, well, the donation's real. That's not Ninja, though. Please don't mess with me like that, chat. That's so mean. Somebody just donated with the username Ninja and said, love your streams, keep it up. That's a troll, 100%. Thank you so much for clipping that, Matt. I do appreciate that. You guys over on Twitch, you're clipping all the great clips. That's awesome. Because I'm going to use a lot of... I'll use a lot of these clips on Twitter and stuff. So, you guys don't follow my Twitter, by the way, at proHype. Shameless plug. Yike Roonies, chat. Holy frick, dude. Oh my lord. That was a snipe if I've ever seen one. Dear Lord Jesus. There was a shotgun shot over here earlier. I don't know where he went. That's the most important thing, right? That was a nice snipe. It was really nice. He's seriously on top of the hill? I think he is. Sounds like he is. I have no idea where he is, actually, though. What is going on? Oh my lord. Oh, he's right up there. Gotcha. Huh? He was about to RPG me, wasn't he? That looked like an RPG shot, chat. What? Oh, I gotta drink it first. Huh. Yikes. Only I still had that med kit. Oh, there he is. Thanks, bro. You're so annoying, man. This dude's actually gonna kill me. Damn. GG's. Shoot, bro. Yo, thank you very much for 275,000 subs. You guys are amazing. Really do appreciate all the support. Better be careful if you want the $1,000. Yeah, that guy was good. That guy was better than me. What's up, Quintal? Shoot, man. Let's get a rip in the chat. Yo, I've been watching your content on YouTube. Glad I made it to a stream. Thank you so much, Xbox fan. I appreciate that, dude. Yeah, we're live on YouTube and Twitch right now, which is awesome. RIPs in the chat. It happens. It happens. Hennis is not removing the load to shop. The owner of the fussbot is correct. Thank you very much, Pedro, for clarifying that. Yeah, there's nothing I can do. Like, he's discontinuing it. The custom websites like won't even be a thing. And like I said, for the majority of you guys, doesn't even affect you. Thank you so much for clipping those shots, though, guys. Zachary Hennis, did you go to college in Connecticut? Yes, I did. Epileptic Ash, thank you so much for coming by the stream. How you doing today, J Master? Oh yes, oh yes. I gotta win a second game. This is bad. We've only won one game today. We won like 8 yesterday. What are we doing? 1K likes? Did we hit 1,000 likes in the stream? Been live for like a little over an hour. That's something else. Just trying to help out? No, absolutely, bro. Absolutely. Yeah, we did hit 1,000 likes. Been live for an hour and a half. That's lit. What's up, Tristan? What's up? Just subbed when you killed that when you killed Ninja from that video. I appreciate the sub, bro. For real. What's up, Kilo or Kylo?
Often do you play on stream? Also keep up the awesome work, man.
I hate my life right now. Should just turn around and try to fight him. That was a bad play. What's up, David? 12 years. Hennis, where can I look at your merch? I'm in a money throwing mood. If you want to look at my merch, man, I'm pretty sure there's links in the description of my Twitch stream. You can also type !merch in the chat, and the bot will give you a link to it. Dude, you're one of the best Fortnite content creators. I do appreciate that, man. I don't think I'm one of the best, but I'm trying to be. Anthony is the name, comes in with a 2 and says, how often do I play off stream? Also, keep up the awesome work. Thank you. I don't play off stream at all. I've got to change my skin. I'm gonna back out and change it. I think it's the skin that's messing with me now. I hit level 100 and I gotta change my skin. I gotta hit the reset button. What's up, Commander? Anything cool that I want here? Snorkel ops? Stop. That's a thing. How far have we gone? How far have we gone? What's up, Leo? Leo. I'm going bedazzled, I think, guys. I think I'm going bedazzled. And we're gonna go with a solid cliffhanger. Need something flashy? Hell yeah. The Raptor outfit's pretty cool. Absolute Zero? Bro, by Prismatic. Is that the glider? I'm not gonna spend money on a whole lot of gliders. The more I think about like skins, if anything, like actual character skins are well to spend money on. It actually surprised me today how much money. I went and checked how much money I spent on Fortnite. Keep in mind, this is a free-to-play game. I spent like 350 bucks on this game in skins. But what am I doing with my life? I should be investing that in my future. And go and buy food with that, right? But it's all good. Because then you guys donate. I make more money. Not off of donations, but, you know, well, off of donations, of course, and then off of doing content. It's the beauty of my job. You gotta think of it as an investment. It's an investment, right? How do I check my coins? Type !coins in the chat. Did I go to UConn? No, I didn't go to UConn. What up? What's up, Xander? Hiya. Yes. 350 only? 350 bucks? Come on, that's a lot of money. Snorkel Ops just doesn't look cool enough for me to buy it. In my personal opinion. What's up, Playboy? What's up, Zachary? What's up, Owen? Why are there so many people coming here? This was not something that was convenient from the battle bus location. Come on. Alright, go ahead. You're a no skin, so open this up for me. Perfect, thank you. I didn't even get the weapon. I didn't even get the weapon. I hate this game. I hate my life. You stop, bro. You're such a loser. Alright, Hennis, that's enough of that. That's enough of that. Kid literally AFK just landed there. Thank you. My lord. Okay. Headshot. A pump and then a headshot. Ah! Full shield? Really? Like, is this actually what I'm running into? Is this real life? Hello? It's cool. It happens. No worries. I'm over it. Don't even ask me if I'm mad, chat, because I'm definitely not mad. So if you guys were to type in the chat right now and say, Hennis, are you mad? I'd be like, nah. I'm good. The screen's glitching? The screen shouldn't be glitching. Mimi just says, yikes. You never read my comments? Bryce, I'm sorry, man. I'm trying to read a lot of comments from 2 different live stream chats, so it's kind of hard. Do I know what Rainbow Six is? Yeah, I've heard of Rainbow Six. Are you mad? No, not at all. You mad, bro? No. I'm chill. What just happened there was totally reasonable and acceptable. Like, you could back that with just life. In facts, you know what I'm saying? I missed a donation, didn't I? Felix donated $1.50, said, your fingers are annoying when you keep switching guns. I'm sorry. The reason I do that is it helps keep my fingers warm. That's really the only reason I do it. Come on, Hennis, where's the win? I know, Michael. I've already won 1 game today, and that was the game that we hit level 100. I'm so happy that we did that, but I gotta pick it up for sure. I'm not gonna answer the question where I go to college, guys. It's still like I'm not in college anymore, but it's I don't know. I don't get why you guys want to know. It's just not relevant, you know. I feel like that's a whole privacy thing. I don't know. Like, this is what I'm doing. I'm a YouTuber. Everything you need to know about me is right here. Just type it in the chat. Ask me. Okay, Hannah, just curious? Yeah, no, I'm just letting you guys know how I feel about it. That's all. What's up, Drew? How you doing, my man? I wouldn't say we're necessarily playing very bad today. I don't know. That was extremely satisfying. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I'm just gonna drink the second one, just because I can. I got kind of scared there, because the burst at close range is really good. How you doing, Mickey Mods? What's up, Tipsy? There was a dude back here. I don't know where he went. Ah, what's up, Julian? What's up, Hennis? Love your videos. Appreciate that, Jackson. Thank you so much, man. He's in here. You can hear him. Is that a sniper I see? Oh, semi-auto. That's lame. Probably shouldn't be putting my back to retail right now, but we're doing it. There we go. What's up, Long Pond? We gonna get him. We gonna get him. What's up, Mac Roastman? What's up, Junior? I subscribe to your YouTube and your Twitch. Thank you, HT the GOAT. Appreciate that a ton, brother. TAC SMG? What do you mean TAC SMG? I'm gonna head over to factory now. That's where we gotta go anyways. You should give us a tour of your apartment. I know, I've been meaning to record that video for so long. The biggest problem I think I have with that video, though, is I don't know exactly how to structure it. And I feel that just taking my phone and walking around my apartment is such a lame way to give you guys a tour. But I think that's just what I gotta do, because you guys are just too curious at this point, and it's been way too long, right? I've been living here for... Actually, really hasn't been that long. I've been living here for just a little over 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. But I owe you guys a video of some kind. It's still weird to me to think that I live on my own and do YouTube. You guys saw that bush in there, right? It's just such a cool feeling. You guys, the opportunities you guys give me, I never take these for granted. What you guys have blessed me with, honestly. Never want you guys to think I'm not grateful for what I have. It's such an awkward angle. Yo, where Robbo comes in with 100 bits.
Could you go to the Red Knight skin? It is my favorite.
The Red Knight skin? Sure thing, brother. I'll do that right after this game. If I remember. You're gonna have to remember me though, because I'm definitely gonna forget. Just saying. How you doing today, Santiago? But yes, dude, 100%. And thank you so much for your 100-bit donation. We're getting a lot more bit donations now too, which I think is really good, because I really am trying to grow my Twitch channel. But yeah, like just pretty much what I was saying earlier. It's still so surreal for me to think that the amount that you guys support me, I can do this full time. It's just such a cool feeling to know that it's so easy for me to sit back and say that, oh, this is all because of me. And like, don't get me wrong, like I'm not gonna lie to you guys, right? Like, I've been doing this for over 4 years, and only recently have I been able to start doing this full time. So it's not like I got a shout out and blew up and came up out of nowhere, but so I definitely feel deserving of the position that I'm in because I feel like I've worked hard, you know. But you guys have supported me so much. It's unbelievable. Like the people who have stuck by me for so long. You guys are truly a blessing, like for real. That's the way I sort of look at it. I don't think there's any other way you can look at it. Is TKO in here? That was unfortunate. Crosshair is gone. That's neat. Hold on. I don't have a trap. That's unfortunate. I don't know where my crosshair is. Just gotta guess. How much does ProBot get paid? ProBot gets paid nothing. I don't pay ProBot a single cent. Play with me, Hen Legend? Yo, TKO. What's good, brother? Hope you're having a good one, then. Hope all is well. Who's that TKO kid? No idea. Honestly, never heard of her in my entire life. YouTuber? Do a 10-hour-long live stream? I'm good. There we go. There's my crosshair. I'm an OG subscriber, Nick Wide. To be honest with you, I have no idea who you are, but appreciate your support, man. For real. I mean, I can't possibly remember everybody, you know. I do my best. Shoot, I don't need that. You know what am I doing, actually, dude? I'm gonna chug this right now. I think I just heard a dude. Shoot. Going in the wrong direction right now, too. There's literally no point in me playing that game of waiting for a better opportunity to apply a chug jug. Just apply it. TKO, I love you and Hennis. Dude, TKO is killing it, man. Literally freaking killing it, dude. That's a wasted chug jug? No, it's not a wasted chug jug. I find myself in way too many situations where I play this game with myself, where I wait for a more opportune time. And trust me, the most opportune time for me to use it is going to come in the middle of a gunfight when I'm already too weak and the guy is too close for me to apply it. And then I'm screwed. Give myself every advantage. I've got 4 mini potions and a full med kit. If I need to bring myself back up to 150, I can do that. Keep a slot, you know? Free open a slot for a med kit. Never going to find the most opportune time, you know what I'm saying? Pickaxe only? I got a pickaxe only kill just earlier, which was super fun. Here he is. He's running, ladies and gentlemen. He's on the move. Usain Bolt running along the track. Throwing pizza. Thank you so much for the 5 bits, dude. Wow. We get a bush wookie, ladies and gentlemen. Pretend like we don't see him. Hey guys, welcome back to episode 23 of my Minecraft Let's Play. I'm right to the left of this guy here. Absolutely crazy that I'm even here. Super insane. Wow, I did not expect to die right there. That sucks. Gray only challenge? I've already done a gray only challenge, man. There's only 8 people left. What the frick? Try to give me feedback? I don't really need that. This guy right down here, guarantee it. You gotta be kidding me. You timed that so perfectly. That was insane. Would you guys say now's a more opportune time to apply that? Might not have survived that if we didn't have the chug jug, you know? All circumstantial, man. You don't know what would have happened. I'm gonna stay right here. For the last kill, use an impulse grenade and launch yourself to the enemy to kill them. If I have an impulse grenade, man, I might try that. What game is this? This is Fortnite Battle Royale. I don't know if you're trolling me or not, but I'm a little surprised that you don't know what this game is yet, and you watch YouTube. Gamers. New subscriber enjoying the videos. Thank you so much, Juan. I really do appreciate that, man. Just got to get these back-to-back wins. If you lose a game, you have to shout me out. No. Sorry. I don't remember agreeing to that. So many bush Wookiees in this game. Kind of wish we saved the bush players for the end of the match. They're the easy ones to kill. Oh, I love this game so much. I'm over it. I'm so over it, chat. Are you serious? Are you seriously gonna make it that easy for me? What? He's got a scoped AR. What am I even doing? What am I doing? Didn't even heal up, dude. Why am I spending this much time killing this player? Thank you. Dear Lord. He had a sniper and he was using a scoped AR on me. Like, unbelievable. Like, what types of players are we surrounded by here? And he had no idea. Think about that. He had no idea I was right here, but he builds like that. Ugh. Of course, there's a guy camping in there. That's crazy. On the road again. You will never see me on the road again. Thank you, Matt Can't Game UK. I'm trying. I gotta pull out and try to like actually get some good games for you guys. Warabos, thank you so much for another 5-bit. Reminding me to do the Red Knight. By the way, guys, for those of you who are donating bits, you do have to donate a minimum of 100 bits in order to actually have your message pop up on screen. That's just to prevent against spam. And 100 bits roughly equivalates. That's a word. Is equivalent to $100, or excuse me, $1. I'm pretty sure. So if you donate 100 bits, that's $1, roughly, from what I understand. I think. What's up, Dexbot? Yo, Dex, this one is right here for you. Right here for you, man. I can't talk. I'm just done. Yeah, Fusion, I also saw your responsor, man. Thank you so much. I'm sorry I forgot to acknowledge that, but I do appreciate your support, man. For real, for real. Thank you. How's everyone tonight? Yo, Dadbot. I love that picture of you that you posted on Twitter.
iRay sponsor.
Thank you, dude.
I love you. No homo. Hopefully you consider
Fusion, you gotta chill.
It doesn't have to be now.
I do consider you to be mod worthy, man. Absolutely, I really do. I just don't think we need more mods right now. That's the only thing. But I'm just not looking for more mods right now, in all honesty. Hopefully I win. Hopefully. That guy hit a 243-meter shot. That's insane. If you guys are enjoying the stream, though, make sure you drop a like, subscribe if you're new. Excuse me. Appreciate the support. What's up, Logan? If you win, I will donate $100,000, but it has to be 10 kills. Wow, okay. Gotcha. So what is that? $10,000 per kill, roughly? That picture was dad AF. Dude, it was the most dad picture I've ever seen in my life. I'm loving this so far. Really loving this. Oh, I'm loving it. If this dude has a weapon, I'm gonna literally cry. He's gonna actually kill me. I'm not gonna scream, chat. It's not gonna happen. But Fusion, thank you so much for your 10 and your responsor. I do definitely continue to be mod worthy. Bear, what are you saying in the Discord? It's the Red Knight. It's the Red Knight is 100% cursed. Bear says Fusion is not mod worthy. Oh. Never mind then. You're not mod worthy. I think you're mod worthy. From what I've seen, I don't see you doing a whole lot of spam. Bear says don't be nice and think he's mod worthy. I should, yeah. Bear probably doesn't want me to be reading this out loud. It's kind of rude for me to do that, actually. I guess no 100K for you. Yeah, shoot, just lost $100,000. That's plenty of money right there. Keep on trying. We're gonna keep on going. We're gonna win another game. I will win. We're going to Anarchy X again. Right off the bat. We're doing it, dude. What's up, Nick? What's up, Connor? Dubs? I gotta get dubs. I have to get dubs, and I'm not getting dubs. Your face cam is too big. Please make it smaller. I have had a couple people tell me that, so I think I actually am going to decrease the size of my face cam a little bit. I think it's a little too big. I agree with you. Am I coming right back here and there's no chest again? I'm gonna freaking scream, dude. I am so done with life right now. You're absolutely kidding me. These are the good starts we need, guys. This is it. Right here. High octane gameplay. He. There's not gonna be a chest in here or a weapon, will there? Are you kidding me? Where are you? Stop that. What are you doing? Such a stupid idea to peek that, I think. I hit it off the freaking wall, dude.
Ah! Mouse and mouse pad do you use? Could you show after a game?
He's still over there, bro. Like, what are you doing? Why is he not rushing me? Fusion donates another 5. Says, hey man, what keyboard, mouse, and mouse pad do you use? Can you show us after the game? I can tell you guys. Razer Deathstalker Essential keyboard, nothing fancy. It's just a membrane keyboard. It's not mechanical, which is really nice for me because I like my keyboards quiet. Personally, especially for when I'm streaming. That's just me though. I can't build. I can't build. Like, it wasn't. What's my sensitivity? I can show you right now, man. I'll finish up on this donation too. I have a 1000 DPI and a 0.05 sensitivity on PC. So yeah, that's the keyboard that I use. Razer Deathstalker Essential keyboard. So it is RGB. So you can see it's got the whole rainbow effect going on there. And then I do have a Razer Death Adder Chroma mouse, which I absolutely love. It is such a nice mouse. And then the just iBuyPower mouse pad, which is so dope. I gotta open up a window. It's way too hot in here. It barely feels like any cold air is actually even coming in. What is the temperature outside right now? It's 29 degrees where I am, and it's boiling hot in this room. Okay, here we go. What was the mouse pad? It's just an iBuyPower large mouse pad. It's just generic, I'm pretty sure. He opens a window every stream. I didn't do it last stream, but I gotta do it today, man. It's getting way too hot in here for some reason. Holler at your lava lamp, champ. I still gotta buy a lava lamp. I still really want to buy one. It would accompany my whole outfit here pretty nicely. If you guys are enjoying the live stream, make sure you drop a like and subscribe. If you're new, seriously do appreciate all the support, guys. Thank you all so much. Why am I always getting a sniper at the beginning of my matches? Was that Matt Grossman? When am I going to do a BO3 video? I haven't done a BO3 video in such a long time. I have no idea. I don't think there's anybody else here. No, there's somebody over there. Awesome. Please don't come rush me, good sir. Any challenges you could do? I could definitely do some challenges. Why, you can't get a lot of Twitch viewers? You don't get a lot of Twitch viewers? That needs to change? Yeah. That's why I try to tell everybody who's watching on YouTube that I am live over on Twitch. And it only does so much. Like, the majority of the viewers, the majority of the people who watch me are on YouTube, right? It's not even close. So I remind people every now and then, like if you're watching on YouTube and you know you're a hardcore Twitch viewer, the fact that I almost lost that. I have 1 HP. That's insane. Please have heals. Thank God, dude. This isn't even gonna be able to get me up, I don't think. Pretending that I'm playing with my own controller. What's up, Zay? I also use Restream. It's amazing. Yeah, classy. It's awesome. I love it. I watch them both, but I like Twitch better. Yeah, there's just some people that prefer YouTube more, some people that prefer Twitch more, right? That's the beauty of it. You guys can choose whatever platform you want. Pure luck. Yeah, I got lucky right there. I should be dead. He had a blue AR. I think that was his biggest help. Was that the guy that was up there? I do not know. Hey, what's up, Jaren? What's up, Philip Rodrigo? What's up, Vex? Why does that white chest thing happen? It's a visual glitch that happened to me yesterday. The white chest? I didn't have any white chest glitches, I don't think. What's up, boy? What's up, David? How do you check coins? You can type !coins in the chat and the bot will tell you. God, I love you, Henry, so much. Jaren, I love you too, dude. How could this guy have been through here and not picked up any of this stuff? Where did this guy go? I hear him. What? Yikes. That probably shouldn't have been as close as it was. I didn't realize he was right outside. I think he had full shield. That was what made that so weird. What's up, Luke? Hey, Hannes, your balls are showing? Ha! Good one, dude. Did I miss any donations? Nah, I didn't. My opinion, who's the best Fortnite player? Ninja. He's the most versatile player by far. He's proven that he can be consistently good with everything, you know? Check any other player who plays as aggressively and as well with every weapon as he does, you know? There's just nobody else that comes close in my opinion. At least that I've watched, you know? This guy's in a bit of a pickle, isn't he? Way too far ahead. What's up, Bobby? How you doing, my man? Are you kidding me? I'm such an idiot. Oh, confess X. GG's, bro. Wow. GG's, man. Danced on me, too. It was a good fight. Change the music, please. I hear BJ Music Productions one more time. I'm a flip. Sorry, dude. I'll change the playlist that it's on. I can't change. I'm not gonna change the. I'm not gonna change the YouTube channel though. Bring the dubs. I know. I gotta bring the dubs, dude. Red Knight versus Black Knight. I feel like my biggest downfall right there is I'm just not used to the tack. Maybe if I had a, or not used to the pump. I mean, if I had a tack, that might have been a little bit better. Most OP player ever. That guy was, yeah, that guy was good. Who am I looking for? What's my stream delay? I don't think it's that much at all, bro. I think it's like 10, 15 seconds, something like that. So you guys are still gonna hear the watermarks for the songs and stuff. Confess X is a YouTuber. Hannes, what do you think? Should I wait till the end of the year to get a PC stream? Or continue PS4 and get Elgato and stuff? Up to you, man. I mean, it's kind of, I don't know. Please make your face cam smaller. I will, Amanda. Yeah, I can't, I just can't do it right now. He's a streamer I watch? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, GG's. Should have hit that last shot on him, though. That was my bad. Missed it. I missed it, man! What the heck, bro? Yikes, bro. Should I stream on Twitch or YouTube? Entirely up to you, man. I think it's a little bit easier to grow on, It's a little bit easier to grow on YouTube. Just because it's a bit easier to get discovered, I think. Because YouTube's got an algorithm to get discovered and stuff. I actually just run out of wood right there. Jesus, dude. And this is my dad. Yo, what's up, Espresso? How you doing, man? So horrible when it comes to swapping stuff like that. Gotta get smoother with that. Jesus, I just annihilated this shield. Holy God. I'm dead. It's all over. That's a GG. Shoot, man! Frick! That sucks, brother! Rip, man. Hey, yo, Confess X. Yo, GG's, bro. GG's, man. Yeah, people like... Yeah, so I got... In that gunfight, your name came up and people were like, oh, that dude's a Twitch streamer! I'm like, huh? Or no, they said you were a YouTuber. They said you were a YouTuber. I don't know if you're live right now. Oh, did you just get off or something? It still says you're live on Twitch for some reason. I don't know why. But GG's, man. GG's, brother. What just happened? What happened to my overlay? Oh, never mind. It's good. What's up, Bryce? What's up, Hennis? Please shout me out. What's up, EL? How you doing, man? Frick, dude. I keep getting thrown into all these situations and I can't come out on top. I'm losing. I'm losing my mind. Challenges? I don't know, man. I'm not really in the mood to do challenges right now. What's cracking, gangsta? Dude, don't ever talk to me like that again. Just kidding. Do you use the restream chat or do you have two chats open? I have two separate chats open. When I've used the restream chat in the past, the restream chat is awful in my opinion. I think it's so bad. Hey, what's up, Noah? How you doing, buddy? Has he won? I've only won one game today, dude. I've been seriously slacking. Hey, what's up, Winter? How you doing? What's up, beautiful? How you doing? Hey, there we go. She comes in with, hey, handsome. Let's get it. No, guys, it's not confess sex. It's confess X. Jesus, chat. What the hell's wrong with you? Get your mind out of the gutter, guys. My lord. Is there a way to cancel someone's sponsor to you? Wait, what do you mean? Like prevent someone from sponsoring your channel? If you blocked him, maybe. I don't think there's any other way to do it. Bro, I have literally found a sniper at the beginning of almost every single match that I've played so far today. Win this game? That's what I've been saying all stream. Win this game, man! Do it! What do I do? I choke. You kidding me? You gotta be kidding me. These two idiots both go to crawl underneath there. My god. What's that mouse thing? How you doing today? I'm just gonna take the regular AR, I guess. I know I dropped a blue burst back there. I don't know if I'm gonna regret that or not. We'll see. Nothing in there. I don't know why I'm opening that up. Blue burst? I know. I should go back for it. But I should really just use stuff that I'm consistent with right now. That's Bloom right there for you, ladies and gentlemen. No! Ooh. Really level 100? Yes, sir. Took me way too long. My mouse keeps getting stuck. Stop doing that. It's like my mouse pad. Yeah, my mouse pad keeps coming up on the corner. And the mouse cord keeps getting stuck on it. That's super obnoxious. Oh. Oh, that's beneath. I'm an idiot. Huh. What's up, Jonathan? Yeah. My life a little bit more fun. A little bit more bearable. What's Bloom? Just RNG. The randomness of shooting. You notice that sometimes when you're shooting right at the target, it doesn't go exactly where you're aiming. That's pretty much it. If you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure you guys drop a like and subscribe. If you're watching on Twitch, drop a follow as well. Appreciate all the love, guys. Y'all are dope. What do some people do when they cheat on their girl? What? What are we talking about? Get a wireless mouse? I'm good. All Razer products, dude. What computer do I use? It's a custom build from iBuyPower, man. If you want my specs, you can type !specs in the chat. It's a close drop, isn't it? I would assume. It sounds really close. There it is. Why did that not render in? Jesus, that's really... LMAO, he responded? Dude, I look over, I just read random messages in the chat. I don't know. What's up, Elijah? What's up, Kyle? Literally nothing of value. Almost nothing of value. It actually built beneath me. That's a thing. Gotcha. Is the bot on? The bot's definitely on, yeah. Shoot. Yikes. How many mini potions do you have? One? Not worth my time. I hate running out of material in the middle of a gunfight. So annoying. Is it possible to dance at the end of a match or no? No, I guess it is technically if you try to hit somebody with a projectile and start dancing before the shot hits them. I guess it's possible, right? Holy crap, dude. Chill. Casual gamer. Bro, there's a reason there's a link provided, man, so the chat doesn't get spammed like that. What the frick? You and mouse thing. You guys just destroyed my chat. What the hell? What's up, TIL? How you doing today? We posted at the same time. Just took up my entire screen. Random question, hit me, Jace. There's a shot coming from over here. I don't know how that was able to one-hit him from that distance. Ladies and gentlemen, of all the stupid ideas I've ever had playing Fortnite, this is definitely among them. I can't ADS. Now I can. Thank God, bro. Thank you. Oh, no way. He was definitely just trying to place a trap right there. Did you guys see that? Just holding one out. Whole screen froze. Ah! Okay. There it is. Way too high. What is the timing on that, bro? RIP, dude. I don't know if I'm playing like an idiot too much or what. That was just amazing timing. I am so over this game, dude. You're banned, amigo? What do you mean? I'm triggered? Bro, you're triggered? God. Can't believe we placed on a trap there by accident. GG's. What's up, Dawson? How you doing today? Never Sleepy. Welcome to the stream. What's up, Cayenne? How you doing today, Logan? Can you sprinkle salt on the next person you kill? I have the salt emoji? Yeah, I do. For frick's sake, my dude. For frick's sake. If you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure you drop a like and subscribe to the channel if you're new. When you guys subscribe, excuse me, you will see your name appear in the lower right-hand corner. And you'll see the live sub count in the lower left. Go up by one as well. Appreciate all the support tonight, guys, for real. What the heck did I just do? Well, let me type. I gotta jump. We're going greasy. But thank you so much for all the subs today, guys. It's been amazing. Play Fortnite with me? Fortnite? Is that what we're calling this game now? I think I'm just going to start playing super passive. I think I just got to play, like, passive for one game. But I like, oh, so much of me just wants to continue to play aggressive. That's just all I want to do. What a great starting weapon. All right, I'm done. I'm done raging. I'm done raging. What's up, Big Center? How you doing, man? What's up, it's Waldo. What console am I on? I'm on the PC. I am on the PC. What do coins do? You can use coins to enter into giveaways that I do at the end of every month, my man. I'm just trying to concentrate on the game here real quick. That's what I gotta do. Get myself a dub. You know what I'm saying? I could have sworn I just saw him jump out right there. Yes, please. No. Today is not my day. Oh, man. You know what, you're just having those days, guys? And like every gunfight you get into just makes no sense. Hannah, check your Twitter. I got you, bro. I'm changing my skin after this game. So many emails, oh my lord. Let's see what's popping on the Twitters. Stop revolver abuse today with a small fee of $200 and a donation of at least 100. MJ Boss says, you're going to win because I'm back. All right. MJ Boss, because you're in here, you're going to help me win. Sounds good. Go Dusty. Do I play on PS4 or PC? I play on the PC, man. Yeah, he definitely had a pump. I don't know how much he hit me for, but it was a lot. Landing way too high right now. You're gonna die, you know that? You're going to die. If this guy kills me, I will scream. I love your vids, but we on different platforms. Yeah, I feel that, man. What's up, fishing guys? Can I sing? No, I cannot sing. I cannot sing at all. I wish I could. Be kind of cool. But no, I can't sing. Just give it a second. There we go. Blue burst over blue AR. Ah, fine, chat, fine. But you know what? As soon as this weapon starts screwing me over, it's all over with. Awesome. Personally, I use the blue burst over the purple scar. Really? You guys are that much in favor of it, huh? I mean, I've seen there's a lot of really good players that like to use the burst. I don't know. For me, it's never really tickled my fancy, you know? I always just like the consistency and the reassurance of having, you know, a tap fire weapon. That's just me, though. But I definitely feel that there's a popularity sort of coming up for the burst assault rifles. I'm missing too many shots right now because I'm not feeling confident. That's my problem. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Can I PLS get a shout out PLS at Dylan Pulaski PLS?
God. Okay, we're sticking with the blue burst. Let's make it happen. Whew. Dylan, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. It says, can I please get a shout out at Dylan Pulaski? Thank you so much for the donation, brother. Huge shout out to Dylan Pulaski, man. Appreciate the support. That was a tough kill. That was tough for that first guy I killed, honestly. Like, just feel bad. He was just caught in that sticky situation. Not really a whole lot he could do there. Just heard a shot over here, though. What are coins for? So I do monthly giveaways on my channel on the last day of every single month. And you guys can use those coins to use the coins that you earn simply by watching the stream to enter into those giveaways. So the more coins you have, the greater chance you have of winning each giveaway that I do each month. Because an entry for a giveaway will cost 25 coins. And the more coins you have, the greater chance you have of winning. Shoot, dude. So yeah. Ah! It's alright. I didn't really want to go up there anyways. I just subbed. Yo, thank you very much. It's your boy Rich. I really do appreciate that, man. If you guys are new to the channel, you want to make sure you don't miss any future streams or videos. If you turn on post notifications for the channel and tweet it at me on Twitter at proHype, I will actually follow every single one of you guys back who turn on post notifications for the channel. God, such an idiot. There were shots from over here. There was an LMG unloader somewhere over there too. Yikes. Should worry about this other guy behind me now. Please don't snipe me. Please don't snipe me. Please don't snipe me. I think I just saw him. Why did that just shoot? I don't get that. No more wood. How nice is that, dudes? Come on. We seriously gotta head to the safe zone, though. I don't know what I'm doing. Got a minute. Is it moving in? No, it's not even moving in. Ooh, goodness gracious. Check Instagram DMs? I don't check Instagram DMs, my man. Sorry, bro. I only check Twitter DMs, to be honest. Stop playing Fortnite. Everyone wants to play some Black Ops 3. I really, really like Fortnite, man. And it's doing so well on my channel right now. That's the biggest hesitation I have to switch up anything. I just really don't want to screw up, you know, the, what I've built here for Fortnite. You know, I'm on such a good train right now with Fortnite. Do I get money from YouTube? Yes, I do. This is actually my full-time job, is being a YouTuber. Which is pretty sick. PlayStation superior? Nah, man. PC is superior, bro. Sorry. Hate to break it to you. This patch of grass in the sky has, like, been there forever. I don't know when they plan on patching that. How many subs do you have to get in order to earn real money off of YouTube? You have to have at least 1,000 subscribers. At least 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time in the last year, I believe. I think it's 4,000 hours, yeah. Which is like 240,000 minutes, if I remember correctly. 240, 250,000. I'm not doing the math that quickly in my head. I think that's just from what I remember. How you doing today, Anthony? Base over here. How much do I make from YouTube? I don't talk about how much I make, man. You've got to be kidding me. He's a bush camper. You've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. Ah, dude, we are literally getting the worst luck. This is unbelievable. And he hits that perfect snipe on me. GG's though, man. Hey, it's a strat. It's what works. Barokashama, however you pronounce that name. Let's take a moment. Barokashama. He's gonna die right here. Watch this. Baroko Shama. Hold on. Just finish up this game. Hop into a new one. I gotta change my skin, and we're gonna hop into a new game. If you guys are enjoying the live stream, though, make sure you drop a like and subscribe to the channel if you're new. When you subscribe, you will see your name appear in the lower right-hand corner. Honestly, let's go Raptor. Okay. Baroque. Is it Baroque? I already forget, dude. Somebody type his name in the chat. What was his name? I just watched the video of you killed Ninja with a pick, and I'm a new guy. Hey, well, welcome to the stream, man. Can somebody type it in the chat? Barokashama. Is it Barokoshama? Was it that? I think it was, no, it was Baroko. I know it was, no, it was Baroko. Yeah, Baroko Shama. Baroko Shama. I know it ended. Baroko ended with an O. Level 26, 0 wins. Nice. Sick, dude. Got it. Got it. That's pretty toxic to look up stats, but God. What's up, Carter? God damn it, man. We're trying out here, guys. We're trying. All right, we're cooking. Keep it up, man. Thank you so much, Riley. Appreciate that. I got a question. Hit me, Bryce. You don't tell me that you got a question. Just hit me with a question. Straight up. And I'll either answer it or I won't answer it. Simple as that. What flavor of GFuel do I recommend? Nate Shots Lemonade.
Love the stream. Keep it up.
You guys hear what he's got? He's got a shotgun. Yay!
You are my favorite YouTube.
Push this right out, one pumps me. Push this right out, one pumps me. Just push this right out, one pumps me. Just push this right out, and one pumps me. Josh, thank you so much for your $2 or £2 super chat. You're my favorite YouTuber. Thank you so much, man. I really do appreciate that. Wearable hates with a 100 bits. Love the stream. Keep it up. Thank you so much, dude. I think I'm actually gonna go mentally insane. No, I'm just gonna do. I'm gonna do solos all day today, man. I'm not gonna do any squads or duos with anybody. When does season 3 start? The 21st. What would I do if I got a host from Ninja? I'd probably poop my pants. Is he even live right now? I don't know. What's up, Sir Skits? What's up, Never Sleepy? I don't even have raids set up. I don't think, like, raid notifications. Although I think it would be pretty obvious if we got raided by somebody as big as Ninja. I like your videos. Thank you so much, Xbox Giant. Really glad you enjoyed it, man. We're just sucking today. Talking about hosts. Yes, Ninja's live. Oh. Well, then it's possible. Nah. What's up, the Bazooka Gamer? Why do you hate me? I don't hate you, dude. What makes you think I hate you? What's up, Pro Ashy? You want me to get the raid troops? No. The last thing I want you guys to do is go into his stream and spam him. It's not what I want. That's so obnoxious. From any streamer's perspective, that's such an obnoxious thing to do. To go and ask for raids. I don't like when people do it for me. I don't think any established streamer likes that. These weapons, dude. Look what I'm getting here. So confusing. I literally got the wannabes of everything. You know? He's got a shotgun. Like, why am I even debating on rushing this? Why am I not building? Even better question. Yeet! God bless your soul. That made sense. He actually discharged a shot there? I didn't hear it. Ninja said he might raid you. I gave him the idea. Please don't get my hopes up. What do you mean he gave, like, he said he might raid me? Did you donate to him or just type in his chat and say raid proHype and he just happened to respond? He was asking who he should raid and I said proHype and he said read my thing? There's no way. There's no way we get a raid from Ninja. There's absolutely no way. He's gonna come to my stream. You know what's gonna happen? He's gonna come to my stream. He's gonna be like, oh, that's the guy that pickaxed me and then made a video on it. Hennis, how are you today? Yo, Studio is Bay. What's up, man? It's been forever since I've spoken with you, man. Hope all's been well. You'd be like, that's the obnoxious kid that tweeted at me. You know, then it's all over. Then we're gone. It's not a promise? No. You swear to God? If he said that, I want a clip of it. I want you to send me a clip of him saying he might raid me. Why am I trying to build right there? Why am I trying to build? Ow. Literally one hit. Awesome. I need to win. Alright, we're done talking about it. Because like I said, the last thing I want to do is look desperate. More than I already have. Tweeted at the damn man twice. I made a video on it. Somebody said Ninja's not even live right now. Oh, am I getting trolled then? This dude said he was live. Wait, what? Green AR there? No, it's not. No, it's a green pump. It's throwing me off. I'm really pissed I didn't whip around and snipe that guy. Hennis, please notice me. What's up, Trenton? How you doing, man? Hold on, guys. I got a message from somebody. I gotta respond to this. Alright, I thought it was important. Never mind. Was there any mini potions that I missed or no? I don't think so. I guess I'm just gonna take a, oh yeah, here we go. I'll take one. Might as well. Act like I want to fight him? Yeah, right, because that'll work. Act like you want to beat him up. Oh, chat, you have no idea. It's all so stupid. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm loving it. Henis, watch out. What am I watching out for? Y'all need to chill with getting my hopes up, alright? You guys are going to make me look desperate. Which I specifically said not to do. Oh my lord. 17,000 gunfights going on over here. Thank you so much for the 5 bits, brother. He's got 2 of these. That's nice. Watch out for your sub count to rise. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Was that the second guy that was at that tree? I guess so. There was something else right there. Blue ER, thank you, chat. I got it. I wasn't blind that time, even though most of the time I am. Hey, what's up, SAO fan? GG's, man. I can't build. Oh my lord, dude. This is all way too stressful. Look at that. I gotta move here in a minute. Yikes, dudes. Holy crap. There's actually another guy right here. Come on, man. How many people are around here? There's so much more loot around here. I know there has to be. Here we go. Really wish I had more than this. What's up, Crispy? If you guys are enjoying the live stream, make sure you guys drop a like and subscribe to the channel if you're new. Seriously do appreciate all the support tonight, guys. You guys have been unreal. Thank you all so much. Actually, wait, how far is this? Come on. Actually. We're rolling. We're rolling. Didn't realize we were this far away. We had to go. Which do I enjoy more, videos or streams? Oh, definitely streams, man. I am way more of a streamer than a YouTuber, content creator. I think videos are really important though, just because I think it helps you grow a lot on YouTube. Because I think YouTube's, the way YouTube's algorithm works, they kind of like to, favor videos a lot of the time. They favor streams, like for sure, but videos also do really, really well a lot of the time. So, I like to sort of have that. I've really just screwed myself, I think. I'm gonna have to apply this before I get out. Hey, what's up, Winter? Welcome back to the stream. Frick, dude. Gonna take 15 seconds to apply this. I gotta apply. I'm so over this game, chat. Frick off, kid. Get out of my way. I'm running so low on material right now. Come on, man. You gotta be freaking kidding me. This is where I die, bro. Okay, I'm all out of material. Yikes, dude. Stop trying to crossbow me, you troll. Holy Lord. He's literally sitting still, bro. I can't with this kid. I can't with this kid, dude. I'm gonna wait for these guys to fight. Let's go, bro. Let's go, dude. Come on now. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to go back in and get all that stuff. Supply drop right there too. No shields, unfortunately, from what I saw anyways. Alright, let's get it. I can't tell if there's a guy in this bush right here or not. I don't think so. God freaking bless my soul, bro. What's up, Peanut Man? How you doing, man? Still gotta move. I hate this height disadvantage. Holy God. There's nothing I hate more than a height disadvantage in Fortnite. Absolutely nothing. We got 999 brick. Okay. Shield, 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 shield. No shield. Okay. Cool. Could go for that drop right there, but I'm not going to. Hee hee hee. Look at me. This whole game has been too stressful. Guy right behind me. You didn't need how life works out. How's life over there, good sir? Hopefully all is well. Nobody behind me. Okay, so wow, I actually do have much more of a height advantage than I thought. Oh God, no, 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 don't shoot down the platform. Oh, what? I actually hit him? I can't ADS. I can't ADS. Never mind, now I can. Oh my God, bro. These glitches, man, they're gonna be the death of me. Is that a guy in there? Still 4 people. Yikes. Listen, man, that's really cool and all. What? 1v1. Let's go, man. That's what I'm talking about. 14 kills. Oh, thank God, man. If I had choked another gameplay, you know what would have happened up here? We would have blown a gasket. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel if you're new. Drop a like as well. Appreciate all the support tonight. You guys have been awesome. When you guys subscribe, you'll see your name up here in the lower right-hand corner. 4 likes away from 1,500 likes. Let's get a massive hashtag like spike and a hashtag sub spike in the chat. Appreciate the love. You guys are awesome, man. Awesome. I have to pee really, really badly. So I'm going to go pee. Don't go anywhere. We're hopping into the next game, and I will be back before it starts. I'm back. Let's get it. Battlefields. Swear I'm headed. Did I wash my hands? Yes, Xander. I did. I did indeed wash my hands. You guys always ask if I wash my hands. God damn it. Guys, I've learned my lesson, alright? If I ever try to skip washing my hands, you guys are going to roast me. I mean, I guess I could always just lie, but I'm telling you the truth. Italian Turtle's even in here. The OGs of the OGs. Yes, I did wash my hands, chat. Come on now. You guys ready for a play of all plays? Oh, no. Usually that works. Hey, what's up, Bill Foster? How you doing today, my man? Welcome to the stream. Chat, I did wash my hands, okay? Okay. I swear I did. I know what OG means? Original gangster, dude. Getting shot from the other side of you, man. Wow, yikes. Zachary with another $2 super chat.
I was gone for a while. What did I miss?
You just missed one of the greatest wins you were ever witnessed in your entire life. Just kidding, it was like subpar at best. Still a solid gameplay though, in my opinion. I was fully expecting there to be something there. It's original God? Original God or original gangster? I thought it was original gangster, dude. I've heard... The original gangster is the most popular one that I've ever heard. I washed him good? I washed him good. Up here in Maine, we say original gangster, okay? I don't know how you Southerners refer to it, Bear. But up here, we're gangsters, alright? OG, that's right, OG stands for Optic Gaming. That's right, I forgot. It stands for Optic Gaming. My bad. My bad, chat. Wow. It's quite the luxurious drop right there. What's up, Alec? How you doing, my man? What's up, Junior? Do I use bleach? Absolutely. Like on my clothes? Is that what you mean? Like, yeah, I use bleach on my clothing. If that's what you're talking about. I don't drink bleach if you're trying to insinuate that. Maine sucks? Listen, Winter. You talk crap about my state one more time, never playing Fortnite with you, alright? I just don't even want to hear it. How do I donate? Link in the description. Link in the description down below. Donations are always optional, but very much appreciated. Wish I had a sniper. It's like the last thing I need right now. Before I'm all primed and ready to go. Main sucks. Alright, Winter. Cool. I'm going to unfriend you on Epic Games. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead and do that right now. Oop. I didn't confirm it. My bad. Winter, if you want to add me back, just go ahead and send me a DM, alright? I'll add you back. What was your username again? I actually... Did I do that on stream? Am I live? Am I streaming? I think I am. Oops. I didn't mean to do that in front of... Wait a second. Did I? That was a mistake. Hold on. How do I undo that? Control Alt Z. Why did I just shoot a bullet? This game's perfect, chat. What's up, SVX New Media? One question, who is main? Who is main? Main rules? Thank you, Junior Waldrop. Your name is weird as hell, but I appreciate your opinion. Winter, I'll add you back. I'm just messing. I'm just messing. I remember watching Hennis at 30,000 subscribers playing custom zombies. Hennis, you were the best. Thank you so much. Add me back or I swear to God. Literally, she says, or I swear to God. Or what? Like I'm actually curious now. What does or what mean? What's the ultimatum? Maine is the second best state? Alright, what's the first best state? Probably wherever you live, Italian Toto, right? That's what I thought. Wow. She's like, yeah, I knew all along you were gonna have me back. I better? Alright. I don't know. Here, let's take a quick poll in the chat. Type 1 if you guys think I should add Winter back. Or type 2 if... Nah, we can just leave her... We can just leave her unadded. 1 to add her back, 2 to keep her unadded. We'll let the chat vote. It's up to you, chat. It's up to you. Take that. Alright. Majority of people are saying to add her back. I respect that, chat. I respect that. Shoot. Alright, so the majority of the chat wants me to add her back, for sure. I understand. I understand. It makes sense. Oh no, it's 1 to add her back, 2 to keep her unadded. Oh right, I forgot. Yeah, so 2. Yeah, so the majority of people are definitely voting 2. Okay. Yeah, so keep her unadded. It's mostly 1. It's definitely mostly 2. It's actually not even close. It's definitely mostly 2. So. Really hate to be that guy, but... Actually pissed I took a little bit of damage there. I gotta run. You're so trash at Fortnite. Thanks, bro. 1-on-1 v1. Don't you dare damage me at all. If I take damage from this, I will scream. Drink your big shield? No. Oh yeah, I'm gonna drink one of my big shields. And then hopefully I can pick up this other one. No, this isn't in the safe zone. I am gonna take a little bit of damage. Oh well. Not gonna scream, sorry though. I can't because I have people living above me. What about you, to jump? It looks like you're hitting space. Yeah, I'm hitting space, man, with my thumb. Not gonna make it. Hennis, do you have a house at... Wow, Winter. Wow. You know what? Winter just said, Hennis, didn't you have a house in Minecraft? Winter, if you go onto our Minecraft server, which I don't even think exists anymore, but if you did that and destroyed my house, like there's certain levels of things that are like acceptable, right? Like you can come at me, call me a trash YouTuber, alright? You can say that main sucks. But if you destroy my house in Fortnite, I wouldn't sleep tonight, that's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. Because that's just too far. It's just messed up. That's just wrong. She what? She said main sucks, dude. Can you imagine? Wait till I get closer to this guy. I've seen it all, chat. Thank you. I don't know where I'm getting shot from. It's all silence, so. What's up, Throwing Pizza? Yo, thank you very much for the bits, brother. I do appreciate that. The 2 bits. That was sick. Look at all that wood I just wasted. Alright, if you guys are new to the channel, make sure you subscribe and drop a like as well. Seriously appreciate all of you guys tonight. I know I'm repeating myself a lot, but you guys are really going in on the love today with the subs, the likes, everything. If you're new to the channel, when you subscribe, you will see your name appear in the lower right-hand corner. Shoot. That was a smart play. Just run right back up.
I need a win. JK.
Yo, just the Rhino tank. I got you, brother. I got you with the W, man. Appreciate the love and support, homie. Thank you so much for the dono. That is so dumb, bro. He double pumped me. That is unreal. That is unreal, dude. Oh my god. Wow. It is what it is, guys. It is what it is. SBX Media also comes in with 11 bits. Thank you so much, dude, for the support. Hey, what's up, Cursive? No, lol, my boy Rip. What's up, Aquatic? How you doing, man? God damn. Just subbed to you. Thank you so much, Austin. Really do appreciate the support. Yeah, we're currently 20 subs away from 275,900 subscribers. Appreciate the love, guys. What's up, LeBron James? I should have built more in that gunfight. I just tried to go like after him and after him. That's my biggest problem, I think. They're nerfing the double pump? Yeah, they are. I should have built there is what I should have done, though. Wait, has noticed me? Oh, absolutely, Crucive. Today's not your day? Oh, it is by far not my day at all. What keyboard do I use? Razer Deathstalker Essential keyboard, man. Nothing crazy. I'm gonna go all the way to Tilted. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. What's up, Lexi? My name never showed up. It may take a while for all the names to show up, and sometimes I have had some people experience if you have your subscriptions on private, then your name might not show up. That's the other big thing. You do have to have your subscriptions on public, which I think by default they're actually turned on private. So you may have to go manually turn those on. Bryce, I tweeted you. All right, thank you, bro.
Squads, and still waiting for that trapped tower lol.
Oh, Paul, very, very true. I'm not gonna be doing any squads tonight, man. No, I already told a lot of people that I'm only gonna be doing solos for today. So sorry, man. I do appreciate your support, but no squads for today, man. Or duos. SR with 100 bits. Thank you so much, man. Hello. That was creepy. I wasn't expecting anybody. Not used to hearing those messages. But thank you so much for the bits, man. All right, let's get it. The hell am I listening for, bro? Is he all the way up here? GG's, man. Are you kidding me, man? What else do I have to do? Like, what is this? SVX Media with the 200 bits. Thank you so much, man, for the 200 bit donation. I really do appreciate that. Thank you so much, bro. What's up, Max Jeffrey? How you doing today, man? I just gotta stop missing those shots. I think that's my biggest problem. Looking for squad mates? Oh my god, I can connect with... Ask and Lord Henry shall give. If only it were that simple. If literally it were that simple, right? I wish, man. I wish. Where did the zombies go? What's zombies, man? I'm a Fortnite YouTuber. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh my god, you're doing so bad today. I know, we've only gotten 2 wins. We've been live for 3.5 hours. Like, what are we doing? All right, SVX Media, like, what are you doing to me, brother? You just donated 400 bits. I don't even know how much that is, but thank you so much for the support, dude. I think it's roughly $4. I'm not mistaken. Maybe it's a little bit more than that. I don't really know. Bro, you're going to pass up my highest bit donator. Jesus. I really don't know anything about bits, like, at all. Anybody know how much 400 bits is equivalent to in, like, money? I wish I knew how to do all these conversions in my head. It's 400 bits, by the way, not $400 for anybody who's like, why isn't he pooping his pants right now? I don't know how much it is. I just tried to check, and I have no idea. How many times can I enter a contest? For as many coins as you have. So if you have, you know, 100 trillion coins, you can enter into the comment, or you can enter into the giveaway. You know, if it, so, okay, I'll make it a little bit simpler. Usually an entry to a giveaway costs 25 coins. So if you have 100 coins, you can enter into a giveaway 4 times, right? Because 25 goes into 100 4 times. So think of it like that. So 25 coins per entry, or 25 coins per entry into the giveaway. So the more coins you have, the greater chance you have of winning, because the more times you can enter. You don't have to use all your coins in each entry, though. You manually enter into the giveaways as many times as you want. So you could only enter in once, but you could have 10 trillion coins. You could be saving your coins for another giveaway. Really all up to you. That's the beauty of the coin system. You can make the decision, which is why I like coins so much. And the way you earn coins is simply by watching the live stream. So just by being in here, the bot recognizes that you're in here and automatically awards 10 coins to your account for every 10 minutes that you're in the stream. Literally, that's simple. You earn coins by just chilling, which is why a lot of people choose to have notifications on for the stream, so they can always be notified as soon as I go live, so they can be in here immediately as soon as I start streaming to make sure that they're not missing out on any potential coins, because you can only earn coins when I'm live. So, yeah, a lot of cool stuff, man. Let me drink this, actually. Yeah. How do you donate? Link in the description. So yeah, if you guys don't have notifications on yet already, another incentive is if you turn on post notifications and you screenshot those, the picture of you having the notification bell checked, and you tweet it at me on Twitter at proHype, I will actually follow every single hashtag notifications from member back on Twitter. This is awkward, isn't it? Hey, there's all your loot. GG's, my man. There's definitely another guy over here. How do you earn coins? You earn coins simply by watching the stream, man. That's the only way you can earn coins. You don't earn coins any other way. So just by being in the stream, you're automatically awarded coins. My. It's outside. Hey, what's up, Bach? How you doing today, Pleb? It's me, Potato Man. This is my Twitch account. Hey, welcome over to Twitch, bro. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, I am live over on Twitch right now as well. Twitch.tv/proHype. Come over there and drop me a follow. We really appreciate it. It does help me grow a lot. On the grind, baby. Wait a minute. And then I guess I'll pick up those nades for right now until we get a sniper. I didn't miss any loot here, did I? How many of these were left? Only one? Yeah. I hear another chest, I think. Hennis dance? Oh, that was a lull. There you go, man. Bro, you know what's so weird from the angle I was just at? I thought this was a person right here. These tires or whatever, these empty trash bags. What's up, Eduardo? How you doing today, buddy? All right, let's just head to the safe zone. What's up, Royal? What's up, Junior? Come to Twitch to be noticed. It's true. I do notice a lot, like pretty much everybody who's watching on Twitch. There was a guy. Just because there's way less people over there. So if you have a question you've been asking me all stream that I'm not answering. Yeah. Smile Squad. Hennis, have you noticed you don't get as many donations now that you play Fortnite? No. Now that I'm getting a lot more viewers, doesn't matter to me. I mean, like, well, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I used to get, like, I mean, when it comes to the ratio of viewers to donations always used to be so much higher when I was playing zombies. You're 100% right. But now that I'm playing Fortnite, which is something I actually, like, really enjoy playing, like, I don't even really notice it anymore. You know, because my channel is doing better, so I'm making more money off of that, which is so, you know, I don't usually like to talk a lot about the money, but since you brought it up. Do I have a girlfriend? No, dude, I do YouTube. I don't. SVX cheered another 200 bits. Thank you so much for the cheers, though, dude. I really appreciate that. I'm gonna have to figure out how much all this is worth, because I don't know if I should be thanking you for how much. I don't know. Just came from YouTube. Super Panda, welcome to the YouTube, or welcome to the Twitch stream. But yeah, if you guys are enjoying the live stream over on YouTube, come check it out on Twitch as well. And just quickly drop it a follow, because we're really close to 10,000 followers over here on Twitch, which is pretty dope. Get right up here. This guy's building up over here. Steak. I'll follow you on Twitch when the stream's over. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Does mean a lot. Thank you, brother. My whole screen froze. Cool. GG's, man. Yeah, I'm just gonna apply this real quick. What's up, Pure Wax? Hennis is 19 and he is my lover. Those are both facts. What's up, Pure Wax? How you doing, man? Well, I just started watching you. You're very good. I watched the video when you pickaxe Ninja. It was funny because he was just standing still, subbed, and put on notifications. Thank you so much, bro. I really do appreciate that, man. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the video. I mean, it's doing really well on my channel right now, so I'm glad a lot of you guys are coming over and joining the streams, too. What's up, Ducky? How you doing today, George? What's up, Mouse? I really need a sniper right now. That's what I want. I'm glad that Tilted Towers is getting out of the zone, though. I don't trust this place at all. I don't trust myself in this place is what I should say. You know what I have a screenshot of, Hennis? Me killing you? Yikes, Winter. Was that after I, was that before? Or after I 1v3'd your other teammates? I can't quite remember. Just messing with you. I'm just messing with you, Winter. Come on. And I know you're just I know you know I'm messing with you. What's up, Giovanni? How do I follow you? Super Panda. There should be a pretty purple follow button right on Twitch, man. She says, "Oh, gotta go." Gotta keep the old eyes peeled, ladies and gents. We don't know where these other players be coming from. Yo, type 1 in the chat if you guys are part of the hashtag notification squad. I'm actually kind of curious. Wearable says, still didn't beat the other guy, but close. 200.
Didn't beat the other guy, but got close.
But got really close, man. Thank you so much for a 200-bit donation. You guys are too generous with your bits, man. How far do we have to go? Oh, damn, we got a bit of a ways.
Been driving for 10 hours. Glad to relax to a good stream.
Ghostbuster, that's a long time to be driving, man. Hope you're enjoying it. 1 for the notification squad. And if you guys are watching, you're like, why is everyone typing 1 in the chat? And what the hell is the notification squad? Tap the notification bell right below the video player next to my channel name. Screenshot it if you want, and tweet it at me on Twitter, at proHype, because I do follow every single notification squad member back. We're known around here on YouTube for having the most people in our live streams right as soon as they start. Like, I press start streaming, boom, 500, 600 people watching. Next minute, boom, 1,000 people watching. It's crazy. You guys, that's all thanks to you guys and the support you show. So thank you all so much. And plus, YouTube has an extremely broken sub box system, so having on notifications is sort of like the sure way to be notified for all content. Because it'd be silly to assume that when you subscribe to a channel, you want to see all their videos, right? YouTube knows when you click the sub button, you only want to see some of their content. I love you, YouTube, but that doesn't make any sense. What happened? I am so done with this game. That's I need a break. I need a break. I literally
Hey dude, hope this $5 gives you some luck to win another match. Love your vids, keep up the good work.
Thank you so much for all the bit donations, guys.
All my donations were about $15.
All your donations in total were about $15, I think is what you meant to say. So let's talk about what happened. What happened there, chat? You want to talk about it? Want to go over it? What are we doing? What are we doing? Like, I'm done. We're cool. We're done talking about it. Your luck is trash? Yeah. Like, we played that perfectly. Jump right into that guy's base. We build on him. Pushes him off the edge, right? Now we've got the high ground. Literally kicked him right out of his home. Like, boom, we're gods. You're not confident? I think you're right, man. I think I'm not confident. Let me catch up on these donations that I missed while I was gone for 30 seconds. Hey, dude. Hope this $5 gives you some luck to win another match. Love your videos. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Golden. I really do appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Let's get some golden hype in the chat. Then Wearable Hades comes in with another 100 bits, and he says all his donations, I'm assuming in total, were about $15. So thank you so much, man. That's a lot of money to be donating, and I really do appreciate that. So thank you. And we hit 276,000 subscribers. Like, what the hell is going on? What's a bit donation? It's over on Twitch. So if you guys are watching on Twitch TV, you can donate using bits, which is sort of their system over there. Yeah. I love how big you've gotten. I'm a fan of how big I've gotten too, Charlie. It's awesome. I need to get swole now, like physically big, you know? What's up, Timothy? He was just behind you. It happens. Yeah, I guess it just happens, man. You know what I'm saying? There's no chest in here, is there? I'm about to open this up. There's no chest in here. That is sick, dude. That's so awesome. I want to scream so bad. 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 There's people that live right above me, and I just can't make too much noise, but it's unbelievable. I've never I'm still good, Chad. Breathe in and out. Feel the power of meditation as it flows through your body. It starts at your feet, moves its way up through your legs, up to your pelvic area, then to your midsection, until it encompasses your entire body. Close your eyes and let the power of meditation relax you. Feel yourself go into a calm state. Breathe in. And out. This player was not properly meditating. Thank you, Nick, for your 5-bit donation. Doesn't change. It's just that on loop for 10 hours. Interesting. Thank you, chat, for that meditation experience. Do you know the way? Do you feel the way in your heart and in your soul? Do you know the way? Let's play it right out here to my left. Hello, my good sir. Would you like to party? Game froze again.
just that 14-year-old competitive COD player that everyone aspires to be. Cool face, 100, part-time trickshotter, relieved face, celebratory hands in the air, full-time smile slayer, see no evil monkey, nervous sweat.
Thank you very much, Bear, for your $1.11 donation. I appreciate that. Let's get some King of the Bear hype in the chat. Appreciate it, dude. Yes, you are a full-time slayer, my man. Indeed, indeed. Nobody's ever going to take that away from you. Thank you so much for all the bit donations as well. All of you guys over on Twitch, by the way, that have been like freaking out about the fact that there's no mod over there, you're 100% right. We're starting to get a lot more viewers over on Twitch, and all of my like really heavily dedicated mods are all over on YouTube, understandably, because that's where I get most of my viewers. So we need to figure out who we're gonna mod over on Twitch. Got any? Bro, I fail the gunshot battles every time. Wait, what do you fail the what battles? I can't believe you killed Ninja before. That's crazy, bro. Just subscribe. You're lit. Yo, thank you, Pure Resi. Appreciate it, man. It's a pickaxe kill. It's nothing skillful about it, you know. Are you freaking serious, dude? GG's, man. GG's, my man. Never use Twitch. No one really likes watching him here. What? Black Knight? What are you talking about, my man? You don't like watching me? Yo, if you guys are new to the channel, make sure you guys drop a subscription. When you guys subscribe, you will see your name appear in the lower right-hand corner. And you'll see the live sub count go up in the lower left as well. We are somehow still alive. Don't ask me how. Double pumpers, dude. Double pumpers, man. So sad. So sad. Can't wait till they're gone. Ah! What's up, Baldazzar? How you doing today? What's up, Cosmic Player? Oh, Winter's over there. Welcome to the stream, Winter. Thank you for coming into the Twitch stream. Appreciate it. Yeah, Winter, if you think you're getting modded, you're delusional. No, I'm actually just kidding. Pretty sure I should just go ahead and mod everybody who's a mod over in the YouTube. Just mod over here on Twitch. So, Italian Turtle, I don't have any problems with you. Let me go ahead and give you moderator, my guy. So if you're a moderator over on YouTube, come over and let me know, and I can go ahead and give you mod. Winter, let me go ahead and mod you as well. Just because I want Winter to look like she really, really, really wants me. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. We already know. Like, she comes in here, calls me handsome every day. Like, come on now. This ain't no secret. But, we'll just go ahead and do this. And... oh, there we go. Perfect.
Welcome to the Salty Spittoon. How tough are you?
Whoa, Winter. Winter, you shouldn't have. Winter, you shouldn't have. What? Oh my goodness. Winter, that is way too kind. Thank you so much, Winter, for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Oh. Warms my heart. Warms my heart. Let's get some Winter hype in the chat for that tier 1 sub over on the twitch.tv. Oh. Goodness. Goodness gracious. Enjoy your emote, because I'm only an affiliate at this point. But thank you so much. It's so kind of you. Gosh. So kind of you. Ah. You know what the best part is? You can't make that go away. Listen, man. You better run. Yikes. Hello, Oscar. Does that automatically renew, by the way? Because I'm going to have to cancel that. Is that a tax write-off, too? I hope so. Hey, man. Please don't shoot me, alright? Do you have your back to me? I can't really tell. I don't think you do.
There's a Fortnite setting where the ping is set to default on a high ping, which is bad for the game. If you go to the setting and turn down ForWhat, it will help you.
I'm sorry, hold on. I'm about to reread your donation, man. I think you just gave me a really good tip, but I can't tell. So you just said there's a Fortnite setting where the ping is set to default on a high ping, which is bad for the game. Well, it sounds bad for me, too. Which is bad for the game. So if you go into settings and turn it down for turn down for what, it will help you. I feel like that's a troll message, actually, now that I read it again. Did you just troll me? On a ping setting in Fortnite? Did I? Have we? How late is it? It's midnight? Dude, is this when the weird donations start coming in? Giving Winter a sub for... It's a tax write-off. It's a tax write-off, right? I think. It's a business expense. Yeah. Pretty sure that's a business expense. Did I just see a guy right here? Thought I did. What's up, gamer? But really do appreciate all the guys over on Twitch. I wonder how many Twitch followers we've gotten today. I think it's been quite a bit. Turned down for what? Dun 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 dun. Dad, where did I go? I'm right here, man. I'm right here, baby. Dad, where did you go? I'm right here, baby. That was the weirdest response I could have possibly had to a statement like that. I'm right here, baby. It's 10 p.m. in Canada. Isn't Canada? Canada's not just in one time zone, though, bro. Come on. Use your head. Oh, somebody was already in here. Okay. Did he check the secret spot, though? That's the real question. Jesus said that? Pretty sure he did. You should main the raptor skin. It fits you? Yo. It fits me. What do you mean? Like in a good way? Like we talk in a good way? Or in a bad way? Bro, by the way, Confess X. I gotta go ahead and have a conversation with you, my man. Like, did you know about me Or did you just dance on me when we got in that 1v1 because it was a decent fight? Da-na-na-na. We're gonna have some fun here. I gotta know, bro. I gotta know, like, what the dealio is there. Dude. Bro, can you, like, be scared? Holy Jesus.
Joking with you,
Holy Jesus, dude. He just, like, does not give a single crap about anything that's being thrown at him. And it's just Jason Kennedy. I need to see Jason Kennedy in my YouTube stream. Say that first. Jason Kennedy, if you went over to the Twitch stream and you want mod, tell me what your name is. I'm 3 seed on Twitch. Gotcha. Got the confirmation.
Henis, I found one of the first tweets I had ever sent you. It was on December 3rd, 2013.
I don't want to see it, bro.
Still don't know why you can't stream past 7 PM. It's kinda annoying because I have nothing to do. Smile.
That's funny. That's cute. It's cute and funny. What's up, cool bro? How you doing, man? Little Dicky, big fan of Little Dicky, man. I'm a big fan of Little Dicky. Great guy, great rapper. Yeah, let me go ahead and give you a mod over here. 3 seat, such a weird name. But I'll give you a mod. Where the hell did you go? There you are. I don't know why you couldn't just make your name Jason Kennedy. I guess 3 seat works too. Bear, thank you so much for your donation, though. I do appreciate that, man. King of the Bears comes in with $1.11. Captain Veld also came in with a $2. Says, haha, joking with you, mate. Have a good day. Okay, gotcha. So I did get trolled. Unfortunate. Gamer 500 with another donation. Thank you so much, dude, for your contributions tonight. I really do appreciate that. You guys are too generous to me, man. Here he is. Found him.
Welcome to the salty spittoon. How tough are you?
I'm so done with the double pump kids, man. Let's go, bro. Get the frick out of here, man. I'm so done with double pumpers. Don't even talk to me. What? So done with them. Me and my friend were queued in the same game to have an awesome fight. Then he said, I know ProHype, and he died later on. And he said you were good, so I found you randomly. No stream sniper promise, had to floss. Gotcha, bro. Gotcha. All good, man. I just didn't know if you knew who I was or if you were saying that because of the fight, but... Oh, yo, Rampage. Rampage subbed. Hold on.
This $5 will get you a win. I enjoy your vids, man. I've just got to donate.
Dude, trust me. If donations were equivalent at all to wins in this game, do you know how many wins I'd have? Like, way more than I do right now. That looks like somebody's up there. But I'm heading in the wrong direction. So Rampage, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub, bro. I really do appreciate that. If you guys do have Amazon Prime, you have an Amazon Prime account, and you don't have it linked to your Twitch, all I gotta say is, like, what are you doing with your life, man? Link it to your Twitch account, and you can literally subscribe for free. Sorry, man. You can literally subscribe for free on my Twitch channel, which is going to be dope because hopefully I'll be getting partnered soon. I should be able to get partnered very easily. I can bring you guys some more dope emotes, man. What's up, Dylan? How you doing today, George? What's up, Cosmic? All right, yo, Bear, if you're over there on Twitch, by the way, keep an eye out for some people who you think might deserve mod. If you guys have Amazon Prime, go ahead and link your Amazon Prime accounts. It's literally money going to waste if you don't. And it does help benefit me And it's literally free for you guys, so. Of course, I do appreciate it. And then, of course, you guys actually have to take the time to do it, but that's why I thank every single person. So you're now officially a menace to society on all platforms if you're a sponsor on YouTube and a sub on Twitch. Woo-wee. Gamer 500, did you give another donation? Yeah, you gave two separate $2 donations, man. I saw both of those. Thank you. I love your videos. Appreciate that, Justin. Thank you, man. Bear is sexy. Bear is sexy. If you guys are new to the channel, speaking of sexy, make sure you guys drop a like and drop a sub as well. When you subscribe to the channel, you'll see your name appear in the lower right-hand corner, and you'll see the live sub count in the lower left go up as well. We're going for another win right here, baby. And I ain't choking it like I have the last 17,000 games that I've played tonight. We're going to try to, you know what I'm saying, not choke it, so. So, yeah. That's the plan. Does it charge extra money to the Prime bill if you sub with Prime? No, it does not. Because Twitch is owned by Amazon, so it's 100% free. If you have Amazon Prime, then you can sub to one Twitch channel for free per month. For as long as you have Amazon Prime. It's 100% free. Go for this drop right here. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ooh, that is rough. I didn't really intend for that to happen, but that's still rough. Got that Scar life? Hell yeah, bro. Come on now. Why are you going to be stealing my kills, dog? That actually just bounced off the leaf of the tree. I gotta reload. I'm so done with this game. Medkit down there. You know how badly I want that? I want it. That was a horrible gunfight. Thank you so much, bro. I don't know if you understand how much easier you just made my life. Whew. Taco Flurry, it says, Hennis, it won't let me use my free sub. I tried a couple months ago and it still won't work. That is actually really weird. It should work fine. What's up, Jordan? It should work fine, man. It's entirely up to you guys. It's really, you know, if it doesn't work, I don't really know what to say, but much better situation now. Remember, there's a guy lobbing nades over here. Lord knows where he went. I still want to go for this drop, though. Throwing pizza with another 5-bit donation. Thank you so much, man. I thought that was a person. About a freak. Oh, man. What's up, Brian? 100%. Let's go for it. Gamer with another donation. Thank you so much, bro. I really do appreciate that. Gamer 500 with another $1. Donated a ton today, man. Thank you so much for your support. Really means a lot. Here we go, baby. Here we go. 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 What's up, Barbie? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Four people left. We are literally looking good. Could still be some people behind us, although we're also in the safe zone. Yo! Of course, man, of course. Yo, Simon, really do appreciate the Twitch Prime sub, bro. You're an absolute legend, man. Thank you for the support, dude, for real. It's a chimney. Thought it was a bush with a dude sitting in it. Did I just shoot for real? Or no? Nope. See, it says I can't reload. But it also says there's no bullet in the chamber. So that makes sense. But Simon, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna go for this guy. I just subscribed. Thank you so much, Krusty. 276,200 subs. You guys are phenomenal. Really do appreciate all the love. Hopefully we can get you a shot on this guy. Yikes. What's up, man? That looked a little confusing for you. Sorry about that. A little confusing for me, too, not gonna lie. Wow. I'm gonna get sniped. Yikes, that was way too risky. Okay, but we're okay. That dude just fell to his death or something? So 1v2. Yeah, I think that dude just fell to his death. Okay. Let's win this game right here, baby. 11 kills.
Good work, bro.
Do some random duos, Tom says. I'm gonna pull my brains out, bro. I'm gonna pull my, I'm gonna do something, man. Mitch. I hate you, bro. I hate you so much. Alright, I'm Barbie. I got you modded. That's Mimi, apparently. Did you do it? You didn't do it. You gotta be kidding me. You literally gotta be kidding me. Mitch, thank you so much for your $10 though, bro. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. All right, go here, go here. Yeah, you gain coins every minute that you're watching the stream, guys. 10 coins every 10 minutes. How you doing today, Chris? What's up, my man? Wowee, guys. Wowee. How do you link this with Prime? It's in your settings, man. It's in your Twitch settings. You can link your Amazon Prime account.
It's okay if you suck.
With Twitch.
I'm still your friend, Heart.
Thank you, Mitch. That means a lot, man. It means a lot that you still love me and haven't disowned me yet. But yeah, if you go into your Twitch settings, man, there should be an option to link with Amazon Prime. I'm not too familiar with the whole process, but I'm sure there's somebody in the Twitch chat that can help you out. King of the Bears, I know, is over there. And there's some other mods that have done it too, or just some other people, so they could easily help you out. But it's somewhere in your settings. I'm 99% sure of that. Of course, those were there. Bada bing, bada boom. But Mitch, thank you so much for your 2 donations, though, man. I really do appreciate that, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, brother. What's my favorite skin? I don't know yet, man, to be honest with you. It might be the, hold on. It might be this skin. The Raptor skin, or it could be that new one that they came out with, the Wukong one, which is awesome. Yo, what's up, Tan Kid? How you doing today, brother? The ProBot won't check your coins. Sometimes it is pretty delayed, man. I don't really know what to say. But it is delayed a lot of the time. So sometimes you just have to wait. Because if it's not responding immediately, then it might just take a little bit. Because remember, there is a delay on it too. So. I don't get that at all. Yeah, Twitch coins don't count for anything. That's true. That's true. Yeah, Twitch coins are just there for you to measure how long you've been supporting the stream for. All the giveaways are actually managed through the YouTube bot. Hey, what's up, John? What's Gucci? Yo, what's Gucci, man? Appreciate you coming in. Throne Pizza again with another 5 bits, bro. Appreciate it, my man. Alright. Let's get a move on. I've been watching you for 55 minutes. Hey, thank you, Pooch. I appreciate it, bro. How many wins have you? You might not have seen any wins, actually. Yikes. We've been really slacking today on wins. I think we've only gotten 2 or 3 wins today. I think only 2, actually. Hennis, you gotta do something for all these loyals on Twitch. I know. I'm gonna have to figure out, like... I don't really know. I don't really know what I am gonna do. It's hard. Because until, I guess what it's really going to come down to is until the majority of my viewers are on Twitch, it's just going to have to happen on YouTube, all the giveaways. But I am going to have to, you're right, I definitely do have to do something for all the Twitch people. I don't know what that's going to be yet, though. So only coins work on YouTube? Correct. For when you're entering into giveaways, the coin system only works on YouTube, yeah. But you still earn coins from watching the Twitch stream. You just can't use them for anything, as of right now. Like, at some time in the future, I could use the coins that you guys have accumulated for something. You know? Guys, almost 2,000 likes in the stream. Make sure you guys drop a like if you haven't done so already. You can see the live like count in the lower left-hand corner. We are less than 100 likes away from 2K. Appreciate all the love. No soup for you, no soup for me, man. I need more dubs, bro. How long have we been live for? 4.5 hours? It's crazy. It feels so much longer than that. What days do I Twitch? I stream on Twitch every single day, man. So if you're watching on YouTube, I'm always live on Twitch. I'm live on both platforms simultaneously. What the heck? What's going on? Hey, what's up, Zachary, England? Oh. It's glitching out on me, man. I can't do anything. You know what? Might as well if we're not going to be carrying it. Oh, there's 2 of them. Okay, well. It's whatevs, man. Keep it in here. Hopefully it's less likely to get noticed. Picked up by somebody. Doesn't that guy have a scar? Yeah, I'm an idiot, bro. I was about to leave the scar. What the hell? I was actually about to leave a scar. Wow. I'm special, aren't I? That's crazy. Hennis, read my comment. Get Pure Walks out of here. Bro, I don't even know what's going on. Bear, manage something, please. Just ask Bear to take care of everything, because I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know what to fix, so. Yikes, man. Surprise! Where'd the potions go? Potions just disappeared. The potions just literally disappeared. They glitched right out of my inventory. That's sick. That's so dope. I hope they magically appeared in somebody else's inventory. That'd be really cool. Do I like the update? It's alright, man. I don't really like the new graphics update that they brought in. Like, they changed the visuals of everything. I think it's worse. I think it's horrible. You know? Makes everything less enjoyable to look at. Meant to jump up there. Never got the right shot on him. Such a shame. Seemed like a nice guy. Ooh. What's up, Hudson? This dude's super weak. He's gonna have all the time he wants in the world to heal up, though. And then one-shot me, right? That's what's gonna happen. I think he's still huddled right in there. No, he just ran back. He's off. Yeah, try to stay civilized over there in the Twitch chat, guys. Apparently some stuff's going down. I don't even know what the drama is. But just relax, okay? Relax. Do I only play PC Fortnite? Yeah, for right now. I've been thinking for a long time about trying to do some about trying to play Fortnite on console, but still using keyboard and mouse. I feel like that might be kind of cool. You. But I say, it's gotta happen. What's up, Kamari? How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. Jump pad, hallelujah. Nothing else we can do, right? Oh, we're definitely taking those instead, yep. One jump pad. What up, Hennis? What's up, Aiden Norris? How you doing today? What's up, Chris? Alright, I'm ready to win this game now, man. Whoa! What the hell? You killed Ninja? That was not Ninja.
This is a Chucky Beat production.
Not taking any chances anymore, chat. I've seen what this game does to people. Innocent people. Bro, okay, my mouse needs to stop getting stuck on my mouse pad. Before it happens in a gunfight, what's up, ruins.tv? How you doing today? Welcome to the stream. Wow. Okie dokie. What a loser, dude. It's definitely that kid that we were just gonna try to get up to him, but can't now. Is that a guy all the way up there? Please don't tell me that was a guy all the way up here. It was. Yo, Ballin, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub, bro. I appreciate that, my man. Yo, you guys are all too generous to me, bros. Thank you so much, my guy. Thank you so much for the Twitch Prime subs. Yo, let's get some Ballin hype in the chat. You are now officially a menace to society. Really do appreciate the help over on Twitch, man. It means a lot. Ooh-wee. Do we know if he's even still over there or what? That actually scared the living crap out of me. Jesus. Oh my god.
why so late?
So we're on that grind, my man. We're on that grind, brother. I'm so done, dude. I'm so done. I'm so done with this game. I'm just so done, bro. I am so beyond done, chat. One more game. Last game. We're okay. We are okay. What's up, Winter? My brain's officially gone. I think it's just gone out the window. Soulless Cat with the 420. He said, "Why so late? We're on the grind, man." Thank you so much for your donation, though. I really do appreciate that. This isn't Hennis. Who are you? Stop joking. I know. That's what I'm saying. Greer, appreciate you coming in, man. Sorry I didn't do any random duos, Tom, if you're still watching. Just not happening. If you guys did enjoy the live stream, this is my very last game. So if you guys haven't subscribed yet, make sure you guys drop a sub. And if you don't have on notifications either, make sure you tap the bell icon below the video player, screenshot it, and tweet it at me on Twitter at proHype, because I do follow every single notification squad member back on Twitter. So that's how you can make sure that you're in here for every single live stream that I do. You'll be immediately alerted. You can hop right in. Do I have a Discord? Yes, I do. You can type !Discord in the chat, and the bot will actually give you a link to my Discord.
It's okay to suck, Dad. We still love you hard.
No, it's not. It's not okay to suck. It is never okay to suck. Ever. But Mitch, I do appreciate your donation, man. Thank you so much. Let's get some Mitch hype in the chat. Appreciate the love, dude. Alright, I'm gonna go just focus. Complete focus mode right now, guys. I think I need it. Mentally. Yep, and nothing else. Actually, just more of as a gag. Anything else? Soulless Cat, thank you so much for another dono, man. I am so toxic right now, it's unbelievable.
Going beast mode, I think I got a cheat code.
What? Would you say going beast mode, they're gonna think I got a cheat code? Hey, thank you so much for the 420, man. I do appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. What's up, Joe Lift Stuff? Thank you very much, guys, for over 2,000 likes as well. I really seriously appreciate all the support today. I don't have any potions, which really kind of pisses me off. God damn it, dude.
Title is misleading. This the greatest Fortnite player that has ever existed
Hold on.
planet Earth.
Hold on. Apollo. Is that coming out of my salary? I really hope not. Thank you for the $25 donation, man. I appreciate it. I'm assuming this is Apollo. It could technically be anybody, but I'm gonna assume it's Apollo until I see KARNAGEclan in the YouTube chat. I'm gonna assume that it's Apollo. My crosshair's gone. Bro, can you not, please? I'm trying to kill this trash player over here. I am so bad, it's unbelievable. I am actually going to like I don't know what to do anymore. I don't know what to do anymore. Stop the stream. That was a tissue box, by the way. Dude. What did they do to the pump? What did they do to it? What?
Got leftover tax money, so why not share?
I'm gonna keep playing. I gotta check and see if that was actually Apollo who donated. I don't know how much more of this I can do. I don't know if that is Apollo who donated. They donated with a credit card. With just the name. And KARNAGEclan's not in my stream. Did Apollo ever say anything in the chat? No, I didn't. But Jake comes up with $1.11, says got leftover tax money, so why not share? Good one. Let's play a game of how toxic can Hennis get past midnight after streaming for almost 5 hours. Yes, he did. He did type in the chat? Oh, okay. Something in my eye. Yeah, they did? Oh, okay. How do I subscribe? Press the pretty sub button right on Twitch, man. What's up, CMA Barry? How you doing today?
This is a Chucky Beat production.
Nah, that's it. I'm done. Also, one pump with attack. I did 6 damage to him at that range. All right. Well, have a great night, everybody. Thank you all so very much for coming out. You guys have been honestly fantastic tonight. Really do appreciate all the support. Yeah. I'm going to go ahead and get off now, though, and just chill for the rest of the night. Going to make sure I have a video ready for you guys tomorrow. And, yep. That's good. That's good stuff. That is good stuff. Really do appreciate all the support tonight, though, guys. Drop a like in the stream if you are new. Subscribe if you have not done so already. Live tomorrow again, and more videos tomorrow as well. No, one more video tomorrow. Yeah, video and a live stream a day. So make sure you guys have notifications on. Tweet it at me on Twitter if you want to follow back. And yep, I'll see you guys in the next one. Until next time, everybody, keep gaming. As always, stay cool. Adios.